Hey everyone, welcome back to another awesome project in React Native. So in this project, we'll be building a full stack car rental app in React Native using the Expo framework and the Postgres as database. So this is going to be a complete production grade application with the Node.js backend, a beautiful React Native frontend as you can see, and your Postgres database and tons of premium features. So let me show you everything we built. And if you really find this interesting, please do the like button and do subscribe for more such content. So let's first of all, check out the demo. So once the user registers or login, they're going to come into your home screen. That's going to look something like this. So currently I've implemented the app in a dark mode. So hence the color is black. So here we basically have a nice looking component at the start, which is going to say self-drive and where to today. And we have around 75 pickup locations across 3 cities. So we have your Bangalore and then Hyderabad and then Mumbai. So under all of these 3 cities, we're going to have around 10 to 15 or 25 sub locations from where the user can book their ride. So now since I'm in Bengaluru, I'm just going to go and then choose the city. So I'm going to choose the first city. As you can see, as soon as I pressed on that, we were able to see that bottom model showing up. I'm going to choose Bengaluru. So once that was chosen, this got enabled. That is your pickup point within Bengaluru. So you can choose any of the pickup point. You can search as well. So I'm just going to choose Bellandur over here. Okay. So by default over here, this is going to be set to tomorrow 10 a.m. until day after tomorrow 10 a.m. That's for 24 hours. You can change this as well. Okay. So I'm going to leave it as default, and this also is going to be as default itself. Okay. So that's how it's going to work, and you can press on search available cars. Okay. So once you press on this, we're gonna query based on the user's information, and we're gonna show all of the available cars for this specific dates. Okay. And if at all any car is booked for this specific date, we're gonna filter that out. That is not going to be shown. Only the cars that are available at this particular date and this particular place and sublocation is gonna be shown. And boom, just like that, as you can see, once when we pressed on search available cars, we came back to this specific screen where we're able to see all of the cars. That is Maruti Espresso is available for that specific date. Your Tata Tiger is there, your Hyundai Aura. You also have Maruti Desire. Okay, so the backend is powered by Postgres. All of the data is coming directly from the tables over there. All right. So as you can see, the duration is for 1 day. And these are all of the filters that have been applied. So this is basically your car info design, so which is looking pretty good with all of the content present within it. That is the name, your price per day. So $9.99 is going to be price per day for this specific car. It has 5 seats. You can drive maximum of 300 kilometers per day, and then 10 kilometer per extra is gonna be costed. All right. And yeah, total for 1 day is going to be this amount. So you can press on any of this, and then you can go to the next screen where the car details is going to be shown. Okay, so this is going to be the car info screen. You can take a look at it. It's looking pretty good. So once you press on confirm booking, we're going to go into a total confirm screen where we have the proper information from select car to review and then the confirm. This is the final screen. That's the confirmation screen. So here we're going to show which car the user has selected. As you can see, it is the correct car, and this is the trip details. So pickup is going to be from Bellandur, and return is also going to be to Bellandur, to the same place where the car was picked from, and the dates are also going to be shown properly fine. Okay, as you can see, it's for 1 day, 24 hours, and then 300 kilometer limit for this specific car. All the details are being shown correctly fine. This is the price breakdown. You can take a look at it. Okay, so once I press on confirm and book now, this car at Bellandur should be booked for this specific date, Sunday 28 June, which is tomorrow, and till it's going to be for Monday 29th June. So I'm going to say confirm and book now, and boom, just like that, as you can see, it says you are all set to drive. You can also view my booking as well. It's going to take you to the booking details where all of the info is given in a really nice card for that specific booking. Okay, you can come back over here, or you can try to reload the app as well. Okay, so once you are back to the home screen, so that's pretty much it. So if at all you press on your icon, you should be navigated to your profile screen. Okay, so as you can see, 1 active booking is present and total we have is 1. So these are some of the options that we have for the profile screen. You can take a look at it. So now once over here, if at all you press on my bookings, it should navigate to the same screen that you saw previously. That is the same card over here. Okay, you can also try to cancel the booking as well. Even that is gonna work properly fine. Okay, so now let's say if I choose the same city and then the same position as well, that is your sublocation, and the same dates, I'm not going to change that. I'm going to say search available cars, and as you can see, the first car which was present previously is not being shown because it is in a booked state. So someone has already booked it, correct? So that's the reason we are going to show just like this, that is these 3 cars. Now let's say if at all I choose a different location, let's say Cunningham Road, and I choose or I change the date to Monday 29th June to 30 June, that is going to be Tuesday, and then again for just one day I'm going to say search available cars, and there you go. Now we have different cars for that specific location. There is Maruti Celerio, we have Renault Tribers, and then Maruti Ertiga also we have, and then Maruti Brezza. Okay, we have all of these cars for this specific location. So as I said, if at all any car is booked for a specific date already, and if at all any other user tries to book it on the same date, it's not going to happen. The car is not even going to be shown to the user. Okay, so that's what we're going to build in this specific video. So we're going to build it in 2 parts basically. The first part, we're going to be building the backend and a bit of front end as well, and once that's done, we're going to look into the next part in the part 2 of the video. And you obviously have your login as well as register screen as well. So once you press on your profile and log out, it should take you back to the sign in as well as login screen. As you can see, we have a really good looking design for the sign into your account, and if at all you do not have an account, you can try to create account over here, and boom, just like that, we are into the create account. It's completely responsive, scrollable, everything is, you know, pitch perfect. You can try to register. Once you register, automatically you should be navigated to the main home screen. So now let's actually, you know, check out the tech stack. I've just written some points within this specific eraser.io. So as you can see, this is the tech stack. We're going to be using Node.js, PostgreSQL plus Prisma ORM, that's going to be for our database, and your JWT plus refresh tokens for a secure authentication process. Zod is important, we're going to use that for the request validation, and Winston for the backend part. This is useful for proper logging of all of the API calls and all other implementations in the backend. And we will be using helmet, cost, and then rate limiting for the security, and obviously TypeScript throughout. NativeWind for the styling part. Zustand is going to be done for the state management, and since this is Expo, we're going to be using your Expo Router for the file-based navigation, and Axios for your API calls, and Expo SecureStore, this is for actually storing the tokens securely. Okay, so yes, that's what we're going to be building, and I'll just be showing you the canvas, that is the entire tech stack. Okay, this is the full architecture. So mobile app, you're going to have your UI screens, all of these screens. For state management, as I told, Zustand, and we have our API client, that's going to be your Axios HTTP client, and secure storage, that is going to be Expo SecureStore. And for the backend API, we're going to have a very good security middleware layer, that is going to be helmet, your course as well, with your rate limiting included, that is 100 requests per 15 minutes, your Zod validation, and your Auth middleware as well. So these are going to be all of your API routes that we'll be building, your Auth routes, your cities routes, cars, and then bookings routes as well. And this is basically your business logic. So we're going to have the service layer. We're going to have all of these kinds of services. You can take a look at it. Okay, and this is going to be all of your utility functions. That is your JWT utils, which is going to have your generate functions, your verify functions as well, that is access or refresh tokens, and your bcrypt utils functions, that is going to be implementing your password hashing functionality. And next we have is your Winston logger, that is for dev, it's going to be colorized, and production is going to be in JSON, and your Prisma client, that's going to be with type safe DB queries. And next over here, we're going to use your Postgres database. Okay, that is going to have your users, your refresh tokens, your cities, your sublocations, cars, and then bookings. Okay, so this is what we'll be building in this particular project. If you really found this interesting, please do the like button and do subscribe for more such content. So let's get started with the project right away. So now the first step is to create a fresh new Expo Manage project. So let's go do that. So just currently opened up my VS Code, and I've just opened up my terminal. So here I'm going to go into my build folder where all of my projects are present. So for that, I'm going to say cd build. Here I'm going to execute npx create expo app at latest. Let's press on enter. So here it's asking what is your app named. You can give any kind of app name. In my case, I'm going to say car rent. Enter. So here it's asking select an Expo SDK version. I'm going to choose the second one, SDK 54, and let's press on enter. So this step should take about 2 minutes for us to initialize the project. And once it's initialized, we're going to go into the project directory and then look into the file tree and the files and folders whatever the Expo has given us. So let's wait for a couple of minutes for the project to initialize. So I think it's almost done. There you go. It says your project is ready, and to run your project, navigate to the directory and run one of the following npm commands. Okay, so let's first of all go into our directory. I'm going to press on file, open folder, go into the build, and then the first app, car rent. Okay, so terminal, new terminal. First of all, let's try to run the application. For that, I'm going to say npx expo start. Okay, so towards the left hand side is all of the file tree or the files and folders that Expo has given us when we initialize a fresh new Expo managed project. This is our main app router where all of the front end code lives. This is the tabs, and we have basically 2 tabs as of now, explore and then index, and this is the main underscore layout of the application. Let's press on enter. So okay, it says port 808 is already running. I'm going to press on enter, use a new port. So there you go. So we can actually see the output on your own phone or on a simulator or on Android emulator as well. So in my case, I'm going to use iOS simulator. If you want to use your own phone, install the Expo Go app and then scan this QR code, and automatically the app should open on your phone. And we do have other options. Open Android, press A, open iOS simulator, press I, onto the web, press W. So in my case, I'm going to press on I since I'm on the iOS simulator. So there you go, it's building up the code, and boom, just like that, we're able to see the initial output of the application. So basically whatever is there within your index.tsx as well as the explore.tsx, the same thing is being shown over here. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. This step is done. We are done with step 1, and we're going to use TypeScript for coding and NativeWind, that is Tailwind CSS, for the design part. So next step is that itself. Let's try to integrate NativeWind into the application. So let's go into a new tab, and I'm going to search for nativewind.dev. Let's press on get started, press on Expo, let's install this. All right, so into a new terminal, paste it onto the main project folder. The next step is to set up a Tailwind CSS file. So copy that down. Let's create a tailwind.config.css file, not CSS, tailwind.config.js, and then we're going to add the code. So onto the root level, I'm going to say Tailwind, rename this, so tailwind.config.js. Okay, so paste this, let's press on enter. The next one is going to be for your global.css. It says create a CSS file and add the Tailwind directives. Let's go ahead and then do that. Let's say new file over here, global.css, add these 3 directives, which is good. Next is going to be the Babel preset, so babel.config.js. let's add it over here, babel.config.js. I mean, include the native and Babel that's required for the Tailwind CSS styling. And the final step is to create or modify your metro.config.js file. So copy that down, and over here I'm going to say metro.config.js. okay, so yeah, save the file, and the next step is to import the global.css within the main underscore layout.tsx. That's going to be this one. So you can remove this piece of line, not required for now. Here I'm going to say import your global.css, save the file. Let's cut the terminal, clear. Let's cancel the app. Let's reload with clearing the cache. So npx expo start -- clear, enter, and yes, there you go. NativeWind made the following changes to your project, and it has created this NativeWind env d.ts file, and it has cleared the cache as well. So now we should be able to integrate NativeWind into the application. Let's verify and test that. So let's come back to your tabs and then your index.tsx. Let's say over here I'm going to add a new text field, import text from React Native. Here I'm going to say hey, pass on the class name directly, so text red of 400, save. Okay, it's not working. I think probably I forgot to make the changes within the tailwind.config.js, because this is referring to this particular content, that is /app.tsx, whereas we do not have that. we're using something called as the Expo Router. So according to that, we're gonna add it over here. Alright, so let's try to save the file, and boom, just like that, once I saved the file, you're able to see this working properly fine. And also make sure to add this dark mode as media, and you can try to add in the theme as well with the extend and the colors. Or for now, this is not required, I would say. You can remove the theme and save. Okay, so this part is done. So now the first step that we're gonna look into is the backend part. So we do have all of these screenshots that I've entered over here. Okay, so the part one of the video is going to be with complete backend. We're going to write all of the endpoints. We're going to test all of the endpoints so it becomes easy while developing the front end. We just need to focus on the design and then just call the APIs because you would have already tested the backend part. Okay, so that's going to be the first step or the first part of the entire video. Complete backend, write all of the endpoints, register, authenticate, find the cars, and then book all of the cars, and then cancel booking, all of these details. So let's get started with this. So for your backend, we're going to use Node.js, Express, TypeScript, Postgres, and Prisma, a good tech stack for a particular application. So that's looking good. So next, let's understand what we're going to build. Okay, so we're going to have this application, let's say in 3 cities, Mumbai, Bangalore, and Hyderabad. Okay, so the backend we're going to build is going to be obviously a simple RESTful API built with Node.js, Express, and TypeScript, and it's backed by Postgres, as I said, along with the Prisma for the schema. We're going to be implementing authentication, your car availability part, booking management, pricing calculations for booking, and all of the other details with obviously security, API versioning, proper logging, and all these. Okay, let's get started with that part. So first of all, let's try to create a backend folder onto the root level. I'm going to say new folder, it's going to be backend. Okay, so clear over here. So within the backend, first of all, let me initialize my package.json. So I'm going to say cd backend npm init -y, enter. They should have created the package.json file within the backend folder. There you go, it's created. So now the next step is to create or install all of the dependencies for the backend part. I'm going to enter the code. So make sure to take a look at it. So I'm going to say yarn add Prisma adapter PG, Prisma client, tanstack query, cors, Axios, bcrypt, .env, express, express rate limit, helmet, JSON web token, and all of these details. Let's press on enter and let's wait for a couple of minutes for this to install. Okay, it's already done. Good. Next, let's try to add all of the def dependencies. So here I'm going to say yarn add -d all the types for bcrypt, cors, express, JSON web token, node, PG, UUID, nodemon, Prisma, TS1 as well as TypeScript. Let's press on enter and let's wait for the commands to complete. And all of these dependencies should be installed within the def dependencies object. There you go. All of these have been installed, which is good. Now let's try to initialize the tsconfig.json. I'm going to say npx tsc -init. There you go. It says created a new tsconfig.json file. So let me add the configuration, that is the compiler options with respect to our project. So you can try to take a look at it, save the file. So this part is done. So next we're going to have 2 more things, that is going to be your env.def as well as your env.production, because we have 2 modes. Okay, so let's say into the backend folder onto the root level, let's create these 2 files. So it's going to be .env.development. Okay, similarly one more file, .env.your_production. Enter. So since we are in the development mode, let's first of all add the code over here. You can take a look at it. We're going to say node_environment, that's going to be development. I'm going to use a specific port that's going to be 3000. This is your database URL. So we need to create a new database. I've just added this from my previous project which I have developed. So I do have a dev known as car rental dev. Okay, you can try to modify your JWT access secret and JWT refresh secret as well, and pass in the expires in as well as expires in, that is for access as well as refresh. Then this is the bcrypt rounds 10, rate limit window ms 9 lakhs, and rate limit max is going to be 100. So save the file. All of these details are written to the .env.development part. Now we can actually look into the Prisma part, okay, that is defining the schema for the entire application. So we can try to create a new folder that is called as Prisma within the backend itself. Even that should create for you the project structure correctly. So within the Prisma, we're going to have the schema.prisma file. So let's go and then create that file within the Prisma folder. I'm going to say schema.prisma. Okay, so yep, this is done. So let's start writing the entire schema for this. First of all, we're going to have the generator client that is going to be having a provider that's going to be a Prisma client.js file. Add it over here. Next, you're going to have your data source DB. It's going to be provider. We're going to use Postgres, so add Postgres over here. We have n number of options. All right, next we're going to have your enum, that is going to be your user role. We're going to have two roles, your user as well as the admin. Okay, so this part is done. Next, let's try to have in the booking status. I'm going to say enum booking status. We're going to have pending, confirmed, active, completed, and cancelled. Okay, next we're going to have the fuel type, petrol, diesel, electric, or CNG. Let's add that. So I'm going to say enum, it's going to be fuel type. I'm going to say petrol, diesel, electric, and CNG. Next, you're going to have the transmission type for the vehicle. It's either manual or automatic. So I'm going to say enum transmission type. It's going to be either manual or automatic. I've also added it for the car status. It's either going to be available, booked, or in maintenance. Now let's get started with writing the user model. That is what exactly the details are going to have. Here I'm going to say model user. Okay, it's going to have a unique ID that is going to be of type string. It's going to have @id, @default of your UUID. Next, it's going to have an email for the user that is going to be of type string. This is going to be unique field, so I'm going to say @unique. Next is the phone for the user, phone number that's required of type string. This also is going to be unique. Your password hash is going to be of type string. This is going to say @map password underscore hash. Okay, your first name that is going to be of string. @map, it's going to be first underscore name. Next we're going to have is for the last name. Let's just try to add it over here. Last name string, and here I'm going to say last underscore name. Apart from that, we're going to have the role for the user that is going to be of type user role. That's already defined. Here at default, it's going to be the user role. Next, we're going to have is verified. This is going to be a boolean. Over here, I'm going to say @default. It's going to be false. And over here, I'm going to say @map. It's going to be is underscore verified. All right, this is done. Next, I'm going to say is active. I'm going to say boolean. Next over here, I'm going to say @default. It's going to be true. I think extra bracket got added. Let's remove that. Once that's done over here, I'm going to say @map to be of is underscore active. So your is active is for the soft delete flag, and whereas your is verified is obviously for the phone or email being verified. Next we have is for the profile image. That's optional for now. So I'm going to say profile image. It's going to be of string, optional, add a question mark, at map. It's going to be profile underscore image. Okay. Next is your refresh tokens. It's going to be an array of refresh token. We need to define this bit. We're going to do that. So refresh token. Okay. Next I'm going to say bookings. Here I'm going to say booking. I'm going to say created at. It's going to be of type date time. Here I'm going to say default nuff at map. It's going to be created underscore at. Alright, next you're going to have for the updated at as well as the map for users. So you can try to add it over here just like this. Within this one, format once. Alright, this is done. Next model is for the refresh token. That is what exactly it's going to have. It's going to have ID. That's going to be the primary key, and the token, that's the unique refresh token. That is obviously in the form of JWT. Next, it's going to have a user underscore ID. That is a foreign key to the users table. It's going to have obviously the next two things, expires at as well as the created at. Let me write down all of these things over here. Here I'm going to say model refresh token, pass in a ID. It's going to be of type string, at ID. It's going to be the same thing, default UUID. It's going to have a token of type string, at unique. It's going to have a user ID of type string. It's going to be at map of user underscore ID. Next we're going to say user, that is going to be of type user. It's going to have a relation obviously to which specific user. Add in the relation, it's going to have the fields, so pass on the user ID. References is with respect to the ID. On delete, cascade. This part is done. Next is going to be for the expires at. So it's going to be pretty much similar as the previous one. It's going to be date time at default nuff, and map is going to be created at. Okay, my bad, not created at. It's going to be expired at or expires at. And finally, we're going to have created at as well as the map of refresh tokens. This part is done. Next, we're going to have the model for the city part. Let's go ahead and then add that. Here I'm going to say model. It's going to be city. Here we're going to have the ID. That is going to be of string. Again, it's going to be unique. Pass on that over here. Next, we're going to have the name for the city. It's going to be string and add unique. Next, we're going to have the state. We're going to have the string over here. Nothing for this part. Is active. This is going to be of type boolean. Okay, apart from that, over here I'm going to say add default true, and over here I'm going to say add map to be of is underscore active. Okay, next is going to be for the sub locations. That is the locations under that specific city. This is going to be of type sub location. We're going to define that. Next, you're going to have your created at as well as the updated at. So you can take a look at it. I've just added these two lines and the map for cities. So next, you're going to have the name. That's going to be unique city name, Bengaluru, Mumbai or Hyderabad. The state name is active. That is if at all the toggle city availability. That's a description. And next, we're going to move on to the next part. That's going to be the sub locations table. So a city can have different sub locations from where the user can book the car. So that's the model for this. So sublocation, let's pass on the ID. It's going to be of type string, again unique. pass on that. It's going to have a name for that specific sublocation. It's going to be of type string. Address for that sublocation, string. Your latitude of sublocation, float. That's going to be of type float, and longitude as well. This also float. It's going to have a city ID basically. This is going to be of type string. It's going to be a type of map. So I'm going to say @map with respect to city underscore ID. Okay. Next, it's going to have a relation to which specific city. So add that relation over here of type city. Add relation fields city ID. Reference is going to be ID. And is active. Let's add it over here. This is going to be of type boolean. Okay, I'm going to say over here at default is going to be true. At map is going to be is underscore active. This part is done. Next, we're going to have car that is available in that specific sublocation of a particular city. So it's going to be of type car. We need to define that model car. That's going to be the next one. Let's try to add the created ad as well as the updated ad. Just copy these lines, add it over here. Next, I'm going to say this should be unique with respect to the name and the city ID. Next, I'm going to say at map for your sub locations. That's it. Let's move on to the next one, that is going to be for the model car. Here I'm going to say model car. It's going to have a unique ID for a specific car of string, and over here let's try to add the unique ID. Then it's going to have a name of type string. It's going to have a brand as well for the car of type string. Model of the car, year as well of string. Then your registration number of string. I've also added the remaining ones. Fuel type, transmission, your seats for that specific car, the kilometer per day, and your price per hour. This is going to be of type float. Here I'm going to say at map. It's going to be price per hour. Next, here I'm going to say price per day. It's going to be of type float as well. Here I'm going to say at map. It's going to be price underscore per underscore day. Next, we're going to have is for the extra kilometer charge. So here I'm going to say extra kilometer charge. What is it going to be? Again, of type float. At map extra underscore km underscore charge. Okay, so this part is done. Next is going to be for the status. That is going to be your car status. It's going to be at default available. Images for that specific car. It's going to be an array of string, or even one image is fine. Then features for that specific car, array of string. Then your sub location ID. This is going to be again a type of string, and over here it's going to be a map with respect to sub underscore location underscore ID. Next is your sub location itself. That is going to be of type sub location. Here it's going to have a relation. Pass on the fields. That's going to be sub location ID, references with respect to the ID. Next, we're going to have is for the bookings of each specific car, if at all it has. It's going to be an array of booking. We need to define that. We're just going to do that. Next, we're going to have these two details, created ad as well as the updated ad. Let's add it over here. Next, finally, at map, we're going to say cars. So format. So that's the entire model for the cars. So now let's move on to the next one, that is going to be for the booking part. So it's going to be model booking. That's the final model for this entire project. So model booking, it's going to have a unique ID of type string. Okay, just like this. So next over here, we're going to have the user ID. That's the person who has done the booking. That is going to be of type string. At map, it's going to be user underscore ID. Next, we have the user detail itself of type user. It's going to have a relation, fields user ID, then references with respect to the ID. Next is going to be your car ID, that is which car is being booked. So information related to that. So here I'm going to say at map, it's going to be car underscore ID. Next we're going to say the car itself, which specific car is that, of type car. So similarly, whatever we've done for the user, the same thing we are trying to do it over here as well. So here I'm going to say add relation, fields, that is going to be your car ID, and references is going to be with respect to the ID. Next it's going to be the start time for the booking and the end time. It's going to be of type date time. Here I'm going to say at map start underscore time. Okay, next it's going to be for the end time. Here we are going to say of type date time. At map, it's going to be end underscore time. Next we're going to say the status of that booking, whatever it is, it's going to be of type booking status. At default is going to be pending. Then total hours for the booking that the user has done, we need to include this information as well. It's going to be of type float. Okay, and it's going to be at map total underscore your hours. Next we're going to have it for the base price. This is going to be for float, and we're going to say at map, it's going to be total, not total, base underscore price. Let's move on to the next one. That's going to be your total price for your entire booking or the entire trip. This is going to be of type float. Here I'm going to say at map, this is going to be equals to total underscore price. Next is going to be for the kilometer limit total, the pickup address as well as the nodes. I'm going to add it over here. So there you go. These are the required details. Next, I'm going to add it for the created ad as well as the updated ad. It's pretty similar for all of the models. And finally, let's try to add the map. This is for your bookings. Let's write that properly. Format once and then let's try to save the file. So totally if missed something from the starting point, I'm going to show it again. You can take a look at it. So this part is done. Now the next step is to push the DB migrations and also generate the generator client. Let's do that. First of all, let me show you the code if at all you've missed something. So now we have written, all of the entire schema for the entire project. Now the next step is to create a new database that is in Postgres. Make sure you've installed Postgres from Chrome. So I'm just going to verify that. So I'm going to use this command. As you can see, this is my version. It's installed. So here I'm just going to execute PSQL Postgres-C create database, pass on the database name. In my case, it's going to be car rental, add a semicolon and then enter. There you go. It got created. So next I'm going to grant all of the privileges on database car rental to myself. That's my username. Enter. There you go. It is granted now. It's working properly fine. Now the next step is let's come back to the .env development and then make the change with respect to your database URL. Okay, make this and you can try to change this as well. Add proper values for the durability access secret as well as the durability refresh secret, and we are good to go. Okay, we can come into the backend folder. First of all, let's modify the scripts that is not yet changed. Let's add it over here. So I'm going to add it just like this. I'm going to add a bunch of scripts that is for the dev. It's going to be this one. Node underscore env is going to be equals to development and execute nodemon watch src your TypeScript and hyphen execute ts node src folder server.ts file. Build is going to be tsc. This is the start command. These are all for the db generate, db migrate, db studio, DB seed to insert the data. So now we are interested in these two things, that is your DB generate as well as the DB migrate. Let's look into that. Before that, I think we need to make one more change. We need to create a prisma.config.ts file into the backend root. So here I'm going to say prisma.config.ts. Here let's write down the configurations. So here I'm going to say const env file is going to be equals to check the process.env dot your node underscore env. If it's equals to production, then go ahead and then use this file, that is .env dot production. Else go ahead and then use .env dot your development. Okay. Onto the top, I'm going to import two more packages. I'm going to say import your .env from .env, and I'm going to say import your path from your path. Okay, so once that's done over here, I'm going to say .env.config. Here I'm going to say path, that is going to be your path.resolve. It's going to be underscore dir name, and then pass on the env file. Okay, here onto the top, I'm also going to import your define config from the Prisma config. We need to do that. So import, I'm going to say define config from at your Prisma /config. Okay, so here we need to export it. So I'm going to say export default define config. This in turn is going to take in the data source. Okay, so this is going to take in a URL furthermore. So in this case, just pass in the URL which you have entered within the .env.development. Copy this down and pass it over here. That's it. Okay, this part is done. So now let's try to execute the Prisma generate command as well as the migration one. So come into the backend folder, clear everything for now. Execute this command, that is npx prisma migrate dev -- name init your config. That's going to be prisma.config.ts file. Enter, and boom, just like that, it says injected from .env.development and loaded the Prisma config from the prisma.config.ts file with respect to the data source, and we are good to go. We have generated this. Next, I'm going to say npx prisma generate for the client. Enter. There you go. It says generated Prisma client version 7 in 51 ms. So we have generated all of the required schema and it is working fine. You can check npx prisma db studio, I guess that's the command. Or let's come back to the package.json over here. It's going to be npx. Okay, my bad. It's going to be this one, that is npx prisma studio --config. So there you go, the migrations have been added. That's the one that we just executed. We have the bookings, empty, cars, cities, refresh tokens, sublocations, users, currently empty. Okay, so this part is working fine. So this step is done. Now the next step is, first of all, let's try to include your server.ts file. That's the main backend route. So server.ts. So here within the server.ts file, let me import all of the required things onto the top. So we're going to import the simple things. First of all, course from course. Next, import express from express. Then I'm going to say import rate limit from your express rate limit. This is the one. Next, we need access to the helmet for the security part. So import helmet from helmet. So let's create the instance of app. I'm going to say const app is going to be equals to your express. So for the security part, I'm going to say app.use of helmet. Next, app.use of your course. So here we are going to say pass on the origin. Here check the condition stating that your config dot env, if at all it's equals to your production. So before that, let's try to import config. So import your config. Let's try to auto import. Okay, I think I've not written the file for that. So let's create a file that is known as your config folder, and from there we're gonna start writing this. So backend, within that we're gonna have src. Within that we're gonna have src we're gonna have config. Within config we're gonna have a env.ts file. So here we're gonna write all of the configuration basically. So first of all, let's say const env file is going to be equals to, just take it from the other file, that is the prisma.config.ts. it's going to be the same line basically. So this is the one. So next over here I'm going to say .env. I think we need to even import that, these two things, add it over here. Okay, so I'm going to say .env. We have the config method, use that. The path is going to be a path dot resolve of your underscore directory name. Here I'm going to say go into this path and then access the env file. So here first of all, let's understand what this line does. So as the line suggests, this loads the selected env file into the process.env, the path to resolve. So it builds the absolute path to the env file by moving two folders. That's the reason I've entered it like this. So it moves two folders up from the current files directory and it attaches the chosen .env file name. Okay, so after this, let's try to export the config. That's going to be over here below this. I'm going to say export const config is going to be equals to env. That's going to be process.env dot your node underscore env, or it's going to be development. Okay, next here I'm going to say port. That's going to be your parse int of your process.env dot your port, or it's going to be 3000. Okay, let's add a comma, not a semicolon. Next we're going to have is for the db. Here it's going to have in a URL that is going to be your process.env dot your database underscore URL. Next is with respect to your JWT. So the reason we are writing this config this way is because this actually creates a centralized configuration for our entire backend. So our backend can use the typed and organized config instead of directly accessing your process.env everywhere. So that's the reason we are writing it for everything. That's for env, port, db, JWT, so that we can directly access it in any point of our backend. So the next one is for JWT. So this basically stores the JWT authentication settings, including the access token, secret, refresh token, secret, and token expiry durations as well. So this is gonna have your access secret, that is gonna be your process.env dot your JWT underscore access underscore secret. Next you're gonna have is your refresh secret. That's gonna be process.env dot JWT underscore refresh underscore secret. Next I'm gonna have these two things, that is access expires in and refresh expires in. The next one is gonna be for the bcrypt, and apart from that we're gonna have it for the rate limit. So I'm gonna say bcrypt over here. It's gonna take in the rounds basically. So I'm gonna say rounds That's going to be equals to your % of process.env dot, we do have the bcrypt rounds that we have defined, use that. So bcrypt underscore rounds or it's going to be 10 and 10. So next you're going to have is for the rate limit. So I'm going to say rate limit over here. This is going to have the window ms time. That's going to be parse int of your process.env dot your rate underscore limit underscore window underscore ms, or this value that we have already hard coded. Okay, next you're going to have the maximum value as well. Similarly, % of process.env dot rate underscore limit underscore max or 100 and 10 over here. So basically this bcrypt section stores the bcrypt salt rounds used for password hashing. The next one is for the rate limit. This basically stores your API rate limiting configuration. Window ms defines the time window in milliseconds, and max basically defines the number of requests allowed in that specific window. All right, so this part is done. So now next let's try to initialize the required array, which contains critical environment variables that the app absolutely needs to run, like let's say database URL, JWT secret, JWT refresh secret as well. So here next I'm going to say for loop. So for const your key of required, I'm going to check if not of required over here. I mean if not of your process.env.key of that specific key. Then over here I'm going to say throw new error. I'm going to say over here missing required environment variable. So you make use of that backticks, and over here I'm going to say pass that specific key. Okay, that's it. This part is done. Now let's write your logging part, because that's very important. So for each kind of endpoint we're going to write the proper logging. That is what exactly is happening, if at all there are any issues or it's working properly fine. So this becomes easier for us as developers to check what exactly is happening, and if at all there are any issues we can easily sort it out with the help of the logging. So come back to src, new file, that's going to be your utils. Create a new file over here, I mean not a new file, new folder, and create a logger.ts. We're going to use the Winston package for the logging purpose. So this file, what we're going to do is we're going to basically implement a proper logging system for our entire backend or the entire project. So we're going to use different logging behaviors for development and production environments, and different formats as well that logs the details in a very nice manner, and it also handles error stacks and optionally stores log files into the production as well. So let's get started. So first of all, onto the top I'm going to say import Winston from Winston. Next import your config, from your config env. Okay, that's the one that we just wrote, and I'm going to get in a bunch of details from the winston.format part. I'm going to say const, we do have the combine method, your timestamp detail, apart from that your printf, colorize errors equals to winston.format. Okay, here I'm going to initialize the dev format. We're going to have two formats basically, dev format as well as the production format. First one I'm going to say const dev format is going to be equals to combine, use the colorize method, it's going to be timestamp over here, pass on the format for this, that's going to be this format, year, month, day, hour, minute, seconds. Okay, next your errors, it's going to have the stack over here, it's going to be true, okay, not like this, Next we're going to have is for the printf, I'm going to say not over here, below this one. So printf, this in turn is going to access the level, comma your message, comma your timestamp, also your stack as well. Here I'm going to say return stack. If it's present, then this condition, else this condition. Okay, so just like this, so let's understand what this dev environment does. Also, this basically defines, how logs should appear in development mode. So we are using the colorize method. So this basically adds the color based on the log level. That's the reason I've used this. So you might understand this once you see all of the endpoints working. If it is red, then that means it is errors. Yellow, warnings. Green or blue means in for debug. Okay, so use this colorize method for that. So this makes actually the terminal logs visually easier to scan. The next one is for the timestamp. So you're pretty much aware of it. It's going to show the timestamp for each endpoint that we are trying to run. And the next one is the error object. So here, if at all an error object is logged, this automatically includes the full stack trace instead of just the message. So it's useful for that purpose. So add in that. Next is the printf statement that is gonna fully customize the final appearance of the logs. That's it. Now let's move on to the next one, that is gonna be the prod environment. So here I'm gonna say const prod format is going to be equals to, again, combine. It's going to be of your timestamp, and over here pass on the error similarly as we have done above, self-understanding. Okay, stack is going to be true. Next we're going to have is for the Winston dot format of the JSON. Okay, that's it. Now let's try to export the logger for both of these methods. I'm going to say export const logger equals to your Winston dot, we have the create logger, use that method, pass on the level based on the condition. I'm going to say if at all the config dot env is going to be equals to your production, then it's going to be 1, else it's going to be your debug. Okay, next is for the format. If at all your config dot env is equals to your production, then it's going to be your prod format, else it's going to be your dev format. Next you're going to make is the transports. Here I'm going to say new Winston dot transport dot your console method. Here I'm going to say spread the value. I'm going to say your config dot env equals to your production. Okay, so within this array we're going to add all of the configs. Okay, so basically in transports what happens is it defines where the logs are sent. Example, let's say console file, your database or your cloud service. Okay, so this what it does is that is new Winston.transports.console. It always logs to the terminal or console. That's the reason we've used this part. So basically next one, this line only conditionally adds the extra transports only in production, and the spread operator that we have used inserts the additional transports into the array that we have defined. So basically this one what we have written, so this creates a file transport only for the error logs, and all errors are going to be saved into this particular folder, logs /error.log within the backend folder. Okay, that's it. So this part is done. Now let's move on to the next step, that is for creating the prisma.ts. We need to define the config. That's the only reason. It's pretty simple. So I'm going to say prisma.ts. So here we're going to define this and also export it so that we can use it in all of our backend code. I'm going to say const adapter is going to be equals to new prisma pg. Okay, this in turn is going to take in the connection string, that is going to be process dot your env dot your database URL. Okay, let's try to export it. Export const prisma is going to be equals to new Prisma client, okay, of your adapter. You can try to export it just like these. I mean, not export, import these two required things that is important and save the file. Okay, so this part is done. Now let's write for the bcrypt, that is some helper functions that we might use it while writing the endpoints further on. So I'm going to say bcrypt.js. Sorry, not JS, TS, my bad. Here, first of all, let's import your bcrypt. From your bcrypt.js. Okay, so here let's also import the config as well. Import config from config folder env. So first of all, I'm going to say export. This is for hashing the password. I'm going to say export const hash password is going to be equals to async method. This in turn is going to take in the password to hash. That is going to be of type string. Mention that it's going to say promise of string. Here I'm directly going to say return bcrypt dot, we do have the hash method, use that, and I'm going to say password and use the number of rounds, that's going to be 10. So config dot bcrypt dot rounds. That's it. Next, let's move on to the compare password method. So yeah, export const compare password equals to async method again. This in turn is going to take in the password of type string, and it's going to take in a hash basically of type string as well. This is going to be a type of promise of boolean. It's going to return a true or false. Okay, so simply just use that method, that is bcrypt.compare method. So here I'm going to say return the bcrypt.compare of the password with respect to the hash. That's it. So these are two helper functions. This is important while implementing the login or the register part. This part is done. Now the next final step is to include the gwt.ts file within the utils and write down all of the helper functions for that. So let's say gwt.ts. Here onto the top, let me import gwt from JSON web token. Let's also include the schema as well. I mean, not schema, your config, import it. And here I'm going to say export interface your token payload. How exactly it's going to look like? It's going to have a user ID of string, email that is going to be of string, role of the user that's going to be of string. Next, let's write down all of the functions. Export const generate access token is going to be equals to taking the payload. Here it's going to be token payload of type string. Here I'm going to say return your jwt dot your sign method, pass on the payload, and it's going to be config dot jwt dot your access secret. Here we're going to pass in the expires in value, that is going to be config dot jwt dot use the access expires in. Look how easy it is, just by defining an external file and then using it, all of it over here. It's going to be super clean as well. As I'm going to say jwt dot your sign options, it's going to be expires in. Okay, that's it. Just check the spelling. I think there is an issue with respect to the spelling in the config file. Okay, I think I got to know the issue. So let's come back over here. We need to add the non-null assertions for these two things. That's for the access secret as well as the refresh secret. Okay, there you go. That issue is gone. So we need to add this because TypeScript doesn't know that these values are strings. So we're going to try to add this non-null assertions over here. That is exclamatory mark under each of these two things, so that it is going to work properly. Fine. Save. Next, you're going to have it for the generate refresh token. So here I'm going to say refresh token, it's going to take in a payload of type token payload of type string. Here we're going to say return JWT.sign of payload, comma your config.jwt.refresh secret instead of this. Add it over here. This is the one. And expires in is going to be config.jwt. Your refresh expires in instead of this one. Let's remove this extra thing. Okay, that's it. Next we're gonna have it for the export const verify access token is gonna be token of type string. That's gonna be token payload. Here I'm gonna say return jwt dot your verify of your token with respect to config dot jwt dot your access secret as your token payload. Similarly, next method, that's going to be the final one, export const verify refresh token is going to be equals to your token in the form of a string. That's going to be of type token payload. Here I'm going to say return your jwt dot verify method, again token, but pass in the refresh secret over here. So I'm going to say config dot jwt dot your refresh secret as token payload. That's it. Save the file. This part is done. Alright, so now let's come back to the server.ts file and then let's continue writing the code. I've just added this piece of code, that is the app.use of helmet, that's for the security part, and app.use of course. Origin is going to be if at all your config.env is equals to production, then if at all you have deployed any production URL, add in that. Else if it is in your development mode, then just add in star. Okay, next I'm going to say the rate limiting part, that is important. So I'm going to say app.use. Here I'm going to say rate limit. I'm not sure if this method is initialized. Let's first of all import it. Yeah, we can import it from your express rate limit. Here I'm going to say import rate limit from express rate limit. Okay, so here we're going to say rate limit. It's going to take in the window ms, that is going to be config dot your rate limit dot your window ms. This is already defined over here within your env file. Just get in all of those values. As you can see, for rate limit we have these two values. Automatically it's going to be fetched and used over here. So this part is done. Next, the maximum part, that is going to be your config dot rate limit dot max, and your message to the user, if at all they have sent too many requests, success is going to be false. Okay, and I'm going to say message too many requests, please try again. Okay, so this part is done. So now next let's try to have in your body parsing part. So for that I'm going to say app.use your express.json. Okay, here I'm going to pass on the limit, that is going to be 10 MB. Next I'm going to say app.use of your express.url encoded. Your extended is going to be false. So as I told, these two middleware lines tell Express how to pass incoming request bodies and place the result within your request.body. For the first one, we're going to say express.json. So this middleware parses JSON data sent by the file. Okay, so let's say for example, if the frontend sends something like this over here, I'm going to paste it. Let's say your frontend sends this. So without the express.json, your console.log of request.body, you would get undefined. So with this, you would get it as your original data. That is going to be something like this. Okay, so that's the reason we are trying to write this over here. And the second middleware parses the data sent in this particular format, okay, which is commonly used by your HTML forms. So yeah, this part is done. We can move on to the next part, that is going to be your request logging. That is important as well. So I'm going to say app.use, taking your request and then result and then next as well. here I'm going to say logger imported from the utils folder. I'm going to say use the debug method, and you can add it just like this. So this is going to help in the debugging part, and if at all there is any issues in the backend part, you should be able to see that properly fine. Next, let's actually go ahead and then define the health check. I'm going to say app.get, it's going to be /health, taking a request and the response over here. So this is just to check if at all your backend is running properly fine or not. I'm going to say result.json, your success is going to be true, your message is going to be DriveIndia API is running. You can give any message you want to give over here. Next, I'm going to say your env is going to be equals to your config.env and your timestamp as well. Let's show this as well. That is going to be equals to your new date dot your to ISO string. So let's say your backend is running. So based on that specific port, if at all you check localhost for / your health, you should get all of these results. Okay. So next, let's try to use the API routes, or I think we can use that once when we write something. As of now, nothing is present, so we can skip that part. So next is your error handling part for 404. So I'm going to say app.use your request, result, and here I'm going to say result.status of 404 .json. Success is going to be false over here. Apart from that, I'm going to say a message as well to the user, a route is not going to be found. Next is your error handler. I think we have written the code for that. Let's just verify that once. So from the middleware, okay, that's not written. So let's go and then write that part. That is your error middleware part. First, within src, let's create a new folder that is going to be your middleware. Within this, I'm going to say error.middleware.your.ts. So yes, let's start writing this. So what this is going to contain is, you can consider this as a global error handling middleware in your Express. So its main job is to catch any errors thrown anywhere in your entire application and send a consistent response to the front end, that is to the client. So let's start writing the code for this. You would understand it better. So here I'm going to say export const your error middleware is going to be equals to error of type error. Next, request of type request. Apart from that, your response or result of type response. Next is your next, that is going to be of type next function. Okay, we're also going to import these two things, request and the response as well. Okay, so this is done. Here I'm going to say void. So first of all, I'm going to say logger.use the error method over here. Make use of backticks. I'm going to say request.method, and then over here I'm going to say $request.path with that specific error message. So I'm going to say again $error.message. Okay, here I'm going to use the stack as well. That is going to be your error.stack. So this part is done. So now next step is to handle the Zod validation errors. So for that, first of all, we're going to check the condition, that is if your error instance of with respect to your Zod error, you can import it from Zod basically onto the top. So I'm going to say import Zod error from Zod. I hope Zod is installed. Yeah, it is installed. So yeah, over here I'm going to first of all check const message is going to be equals to error dot go into the issues dot map for every value over here. I'm going to say your e dot path dot join with respect to the dot over here. And here I'm going to say e dot message dot join. Next I'm going to say send your error of your result, that is going to be your validation error, that is 422, with that specific message. First of all, let's check if at all we have written the code for the send error. So types is not yet initialized, we need to do that. So let's say within your src we're going to have a types folder. Here we need to create a new file, that is going to be index.ts, where all of the types is going to be present over here. So the first one we're going to have is your authenticate request. So this is not required as of now, but let's quickly write this. So while implementing your authentication part, we can directly use this over here. So I'm going to say authenticate request extends your request. This in turn is going to have your user ID of string, email of string as well, row is also going to be of string. Next I'm going to say export interface your API response, that is going to be unknown. Here we're going to have a success, that is going to be of boolean, the message from the API, that is going to be of string, data if any, next error if any as well. These two are going to be optional features. Next is for send success and next is for send error. So I'm going to say export const send success message equals to your result. I'm going to say import your express, that's how we do it over here within the statement, dot access the response. Next your message is going to be of type string basically. Again your data, use the value, and status code is going to be of 200. Okay, so here I'm going to say const response of type API response equals to, I'm going to say success is going to be true, your message as well as the data. Here I'm going to say return result dot your status of the status code, whatever it is, dot JSON of your response. Okay, there are a lot of bracket issues, let me just fix that up. So there you go, I've just added it for the send success and also for the send error over here. Let's try to save this file. Okay, so as I said, these two functions are basically your helper functions that standardize how your Express API sends the response. Okay, so let's say in your previous project you used to write it just like this, that is result.status of 200 .json in the front end part or in the backend part, with your success true, message is this one, and then data is the trip. So every time over here with the help of these functions you can directly call the functions instead of writing all of that. So let's say you're gonna call it just like this. Okay, send success, which is basically equals to result.json of 200 and whatever details you're gonna send. So in this case we're directly going to say send success of result and trip is created and that specific trip information. The same thing goes to the error as well. Okay, that's what it's going to implement. So hope you understood this part. So now we can implement your send error, import it from the types. So this part is going to be complete as well. So once that's done, we can directly try to say return over here within the types file for this specific method. Okay, so next, if at all there is any error with respect to the JSON web token error, again we're going to handle that case as well. So I'm going to say if your error dot name is going to be equals to your JSON web token error. Then over here in this case, I'm going to say send error of your result, comma invalid token and 401, and I'm going to say return over here. Next, I'm going to say if at all your error dot your name is going to be equals to or token expiration error, even that is present, we need to handle that as well. So token expired error. Then in this case, directly call the send error function. Again, similarly pass in the result. The message is going to be token is going to expire or expired, and the error that is 401. Okay, and I'm going to say return. So yes, that's pretty much it. And finally over here, I'm going to call the send error method of your result, comma your internal server error. That is, if at all your error matches nothing, that is none of these, it's going to go into this one over here. Okay, that is going to say internal server error and then 500, and I'm going to check process.env dot your node environment. If it is equals to, let's say, development, then I'm going to say error dot message, else it is going to be undefined. So that's pretty much it. We have completed writing the code for the error middleware. You can take a look at it, save this file as well, and now we can directly try to use that specific middleware within the server.ts file over here. So let's format once, and here we can directly say app.use of your error middleware. As you can see, just try to import it just like this. Okay, so this part is done. Now next, let's try to use the listen method so that we can listen to on the port. So I'm going to say app.listen. It is going to be your config dot your port. All right, and over here I'm going to say your logger dot info. Make use of backticks. I'm going to say your DriveIndia API running on port config.port, and then your dev value, not dev, your config.env value. So I'm going to say config.env. So yes, that's pretty much it. And finally over here, I'm just going to export the default app. So export default app. Let's try to save the file. Now let's try to run the backend first. Let's see what exactly is going to happen. Okay, so to run the command, let's first of all check if at all we have made the changes within the package.json with respect to the scripts. Okay, everything is going to be present, so it's going to be simple, that is npm run dev or yarn run dev, because that's how we have written the script. Okay, so it should go ahead and then execute this specific command in the development mode. So I'm going to say npm run dev. Make sure you're into the backend folder. So cd backend and then npm run dev, enter, and boom, just like that. As you can see, everything worked properly fine. As you can see, the same command got executed, that is whatever is written over here, and all of this is the configuration part. And as you can see, injected env from .env.development, which means it has loaded all of the environment variables. And with respect to the date also, it's giving info is pretty simple. DriveIndia API is running on port 3000 in development mode. Okay, so we have started our backend part. This is working properly fine. So next we're gonna build up the login register part. That's going to be the next step. So for that to build or for that to work, we need to implement the backend routing part. That is your auth middleware, your auth routes, your auth service, and all of those details. Correct? So first of all, let's go and then write the middleware that is going to be for your authentication part. Okay, first let's write all of the routes and all of the services controllers, and let's test it first of all with the help of the curl command. And once it is working fine, we can come back to the front end part. As of now, nothing is implemented. We can implement the login and logout part as well, or the login and registering as well. Okay, and we need to also seed the data. Even that part is pending. We can do that anytime, but first the register and login should be working properly fine. So now, as I told, let's create the auth.middleware.ts file. So I'm going to say auth.your_middleware.ts. So let's start writing the code for this one. So the first one is going to be export const authenticate method. So I'm going to say export const authenticate is going to be equals to your request of type authentication request. As you can see, now it came in handy. We can directly import it from your types folder that we just wrote. Your result of type response next of type next function. So this part is done. Again, a void. So basically in this file we're going to have your authentication as well as the authorization middleware. Okay, so they basically run before your route handles to ensure that your user is logged in. That is going to be with respect to the authenticate method, and the second method which you're going to write is to check if at all the user has admin role access. Okay, so let's write the authenticate method and then let's finish this off. So first of all, let's initialize the auth header. So I'm going to say const auth header is going to be equals to request dot your headers dot your authorization. All right, next I'm going to check if not of your auth header dot starts with your bearer, because that's how we pass in, that is bearer token. So I'm going to check the condition just like this. Then I'm going to say send the error, call that from the utils, not utils, from the types folder, result message no token is provided, and next I'm going to pass on the error, that is 401, and then try to return. Next, let's try to access the token. So const token is going to be equals to your auth header dot apply the split with the help of space, and then access the first part, because your token is going to be sent in this way, that is bearer space token, but we are interested in this, so split based on this space and then get in the token value. Okay, that's how we access this. And I'm gonna have my try catch block. So try catch of error, and I'm gonna say next of error. Within the try block, I'm gonna initialize my payload. That is going to be equals to verify access token. This method is already written from the utils JWT of your token. Then next attach the request.user, that is going to be equals to payload, and then continue to the next part to execute. Okay, this part is done. So that's the basic authenticate function middleware. Next, for the require admin, I'm going to say export const require admin is going to be equals to, it's going to have a request of type authentication request and result of type response. Next is going to be a next function. Okay, so here first of all check the condition stating that before all your request dot your user dot the role is not equals to admin. Then again send the error of your result forbidden. This is going to be the message basically, admin access is required with that specific error, that is 403, and then directly try to return over here. Next, call the next function. So save the file. That's pretty much it with respect to the auth middleware.ts file. Okay, I've just changed this part, but yeah, there is some issue with respect to the authentication request from types. So now next, let's move on to a quick step, that is to write a validate function that is within the middleware part. So come back to middleware, and it's going to be the last file over here, validate dot your middleware.ts. Just going to add the code for that. You can take a look at it. Let's try to save the file. So what this does is, this is basically a validation middleware factory. It creates a middleware that validates your request.body using a Zod schema. That's what we've written over here. So this is going to be done before your route handler is going to run. Okay, so that's the basic understanding of this validate method. So we're going to use this while writing the routing part. So now this step is complete. Now let's start writing the first service, that is going to be your authentication service for the entire application, that is for registering, for logging in, logging out, all these things. So press on src, new folder, that is going to be your services folder. Within this, I'm going to have a auth.service.ts file. All right. So on the top, I'm going to, import my interfaces part, or let's write down two interfaces. One is for the register input and one is for the login input. So I'm going to say register input. It's going to have an email of string. It's going to have a phone of string as well. It's going to have a password of string, your first name for the user of string, last name of string as well. Next, I'm going to say interface login input. Your email is going to be of string and your password is going to be of string. Okay, I hope this makes sense. Pretty simple. This is required for registering, this is required for logging in. Okay, here I'm going to say export const your auth service is going to be equals to, wrong spelling, let's write that properly. So first of all, you're going to have a bunch of methods within this. The first one is going to be a register method. So I'm going to say register. It's going to take in your input, that is going to be of your register input. Okay, so first step is to find if at all there is any existing user in the backend, because we are going to have obviously unique users. So I'm going to check const existing, await your Prisma, that is going to be coming from your utils, basically import it. Dot user, we have the find first method. So where this should have in your OR operator, and it should be matching this over here. So email, that is going to be your input dot email, and your phone as well, that is going to be input dot phone. So it's going to search based on this. If at all we do have a user, we cannot implement it. So check the condition if existing user is present, and if at all your existing dot your email is equals to your input dot email, then I'm going to say throw new error saying email is already registered. Okay, and here I'm going to say throw new error, phone number already registered. All right, this part is done. Now let's try to create a password hash, because you're going to hash the password with the help of the bcrypt method. So I'm going to say const password hash equals to await hash password imported from utils bcrypt, and this is going to be your input dot your password. Next, here I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to await. Now let's create the user. Prisma dot your user, use the create method, pass on the data to be created. Email, that is going to be input dot email. Your phone, that is going to be your input dot phone. Your password hash, your first name, that is going to be again input dot your first name, and your last name as well, that is going to be your input dot your last name. And here I'm going to say select, your ID is going to be true, your email is going to be true. Next, your phone, true, and then your first name is going to be true, your last name as well. Let's pass on true, role true, and then is verified is going to be true. So you might have understood what exactly data does over here. So now you might be confused about what select does. So select is pretty simple. So select in Prisma specifies actually like which fields you want back in your result. Okay, so it does not affect what gets stored in the database, and it only returns what is returned to your code. Okay, so by this it says that we need to return all of the fields, that is ID, email, phone, first name, last name, role, and then is verified. So that's the reason we're going to use the select attribute. So yeah, this part is done. So now next let's try to initialize the token payload. So here I'm going to say const token payload is going to be equals to your user ID, that is going to be user.id, your email, that is going to be user.email, your role, that is going to be your user.your role. Okay, now let's initialize two things, that is your access token as well as the refresh token. So const access token is going to be equals to call the function that is generate access token from the utils. We've already defined that of the token payload. Next, const refresh token is going to be equals to again generate access token of your token payload. Let's say const expires at is going to be equals to your new date. Okay, and here I'm going to say expires at dot your set date to be of the expires at dot get date plus 7. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. So now the next step is let's try to create the refresh token over here. So I'm going to say await your prisma dot refresh token dot create, pass on the data to be created, pass on the token, that is going to say refresh token, user ID is going to be your user.id, and pass on your expires at value. So that's pretty much it. And finally over here I'm going to say your logger imported from utils dot info new user is registered with your user.email. Okay, and here I'm going to say return your user comma access token comma your refresh token. So that's pretty much it. That is your entire auth service for the registering of a specific user. Now let's write in one more thing, that is going to be for logging in as well. Okay, so we're going to say async function login or async login. This in turn is going to have again your input of type login input. Here I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to await your prisma dot user dot your find unique method. Again we're going to first of all check if at all the user is present, where your email should match the input dot email, that is whatever the user enters over there. Okay, so next I'm going to check if not of user or not of user dot is active. Here I'm going to say throw new error invalid credentials. Okay, next I'm going to check if at all is valid is true, that is with respect to the password. So const is valid equals to call the function await compare password from the utils bcrypt, pass on two things, your input dot password and the user dot password that is stored in the backend. That's going to be password hash basically. So check if not of is valid, throw new error, that is going to be of invalid credentials. let's try to structure the token payload. It's gonna have your user ID, next your email, that is gonna be your user dot your email, and the role, that is gonna be user dot role. Again, let's try to create two things, your access token as well as the refresh token. It's gonna be the exact same thing. And once that's done, again, your created ad, your expires ad, again, it's going to be the same piece of code. Just try to add it over here. And next part also is going to remain the same, that is to store and create your refresh token over here. Okay, and finally, we're going to use the logger method. I'm going to say logger dot, it's going to be the info. I'm going to say user logged in. Let's try to have in your user dot your email. Here I'm going to say return user. ID is going to be user dot ID. Email is going to be equals to your user dot email. You're going to return all of these information. Phone, that is going to be your user dot phone. Your first name, that is going to be your user dot first name. So I've pretty much added the remaining things. You can take a look at it. That is going to be the role, your is verified, as well as apart from your user object, your access token as well as the refresh token. So this is the entire method for your login. You can take a look at it. Okay. So next is to refresh the tokens. That is important. If at all it is expired, we need to refresh the token and then we need to store that refreshed token. That's going to be the next step. Let's write that as well. It's pretty simple. Async refresh tokens of your token, comma your token of string. So const payload is going to be equals to verify refresh token first of all of that token, access the stored value, that is going to be equals to await Prisma dot your refresh token dot apply the find unique method where this should match your token. I don't know why logger got added over here. Okay, so check if not of stored or your stored dot expires at is less than your date dot nav. It's less than your new date. Then over here I'm going to say throw new error. I'm going to say invalid or expired refresh token. Okay, this part is done. Now the next step is to rotate the refresh token. So first of all, delete that in the backend. I'm going to say await your Prisma dot refresh token dot rotate. Not rotate, my bad, delete, where your token should be matching this value. Okay, next I'm going to say new access token is going to be equals to call the generate access token method. So your user ID is going to be equals to payload dot your user ID, and your email is going to be equals to your payload dot email. Your role is going to be equals to your payload dot role. All right. Next, const new refresh token is going to be equals to your generate refresh token. Again, pass in your payload required. So your user ID of your payload dot user ID, email, that is going to be your payload dot email, finally your role, that is going to be payload dot role. Okay, next I'm going to say const expires at equals to your new date. Okay, again let's try to set the value, that is expires at dot set date is going to be equals to expires at dot get date plus 7. Now let's try to create the new token and then store it in the backend. So for that I'm going to say await Prisma dot refresh token dot create and pass on the data. and return the access token, that is going to be new access token, and refresh token, it's going to be new refresh token. So this method is done. So next we're going to use is your final method, that is going to be your async logout. So I'm going to say async logout method, pass on the token that is going to be of string. Okay, directly try to say await prisma.refresh token dot delete many. So whichever tokens are present, just go ahead and then delete that. Automatically the token is not present, then user should be logged out. So here I'm going to say logger.info. Make use of backticks, and here I'm going to say user is logged out, token is revoked. Okay, this should be in an object. Save. Okay, so we have successfully written all of the entire code for the service file. You can take a look at it from the starting point. If at all you have missed something over here, I'll be showing you once again. Okay, so now we can move on to the next part, that is the controllers part. That's important. So let's create a new folder that is going to be controllers. So src controllers. Within this I'm going to have my auth.controller.ts. that's the first step. So initially let's try to having two things, that is your register schema as well as your login schema, that should be written with the help of Zod. Okay, so here I'm going to say const register schema is going to be equals to z imported from Zod dot object your email, that is going to be z dot string dot your email over here. I'm also going to add the next two things, that is your phone and the password. So your phone is going to match this particular value, that is a valid Indian mobile number, and password is going to say at least it should be of 8 characters. Next is your first name. So first name is going to be again z dot string. It should be a minimum of 1 value and a maximum of 50 characters. Last name over here, z dot string dot min of 1 value dot max of, let's say, 50 over here. Okay, this part is done. Next, const login schema equals to z dot object, pass on your email, that is going to be z dot your string dot your email. Okay, next is your password, that is going to be z dot string dot your min of 1. Okay, so here let's try to use the auth controller. So export const auth controller. So just how we exported the service, we're going to export the controller, and here we're going to write in all of the methods. First of all, async register over here, request of type request, response of type response, next of type your next function. Here having your request and your response. All right, here let's try to have in your try catch block initially. So try catch of error. Here I'm going to check if your error is an instance of your Zod error. That is the one. And your error dot message dot includes of already registered. Then in this case I'm going to say send error imported from the utils function. Then in this case I'm going to say send error of your result comma your error dot message comma 409, and I'm going to say return over here. Okay, here I'm going to say your next of error. That's it. Next, let's try to implement the try block. Const input is going to be equals to your login schema first let's parse it with respect to the request.body. Next I'm going to say const result is going to be equals to await your auth service dot implement the login of your input. That's it. Once that's done, I'm going to say send success with respect to the result, and then login is going to be successful, comma your result. Okay, so you can take a look at it for the register function. So yes, this part is done. Let's move on to the next one, that is going to be for async login. So just try to add it over here and then let's try to make the changes. This is going to say login. Okay, your request is going to be of type request, your result of response, next of next function. Here we're going to say const input is going to be equals to your register schema dot parse of request.body, and const result is going to be equals to, instead of register we're going to call the second one, that is going to be login. Okay, that's it. And send success, here we're going to say login is successful and pass that to not one status code. Okay, so that's it. This part is done. I think for the error block we need to make some changes, that is with respect to the errors. So invalid credentials, okay, so that's it. So next you're going to have it for the refresh and as well as for the logout part as well. So here I'm going to say async refresh. Again, it's going to have in all of these three things. Add it over here. Try, catch of error, next of error. Within the try block, const your refresh token is going to be coming from your z.object, pass on your refresh token, that is going to be z.string. Here we need to parse it as well, so dot parse of your request dot your body. All right, let's initialize the result. Const result is equals to await call the auth service dot call the refresh tokens of your refresh token, and then go ahead and then send the success over here of the result tokens is refreshed and your result. Okay, that's pretty much it. We can move on to the next one, that's going to be for the logout. That is going to be just like this. So save the file. This step is complete. So now the next step is to go ahead and then write the routes. So let's create a routes folder. Not sure if it's created. src, I'm going to say routes. Let's create a version 1 of the application. Within that I'm going to say your auth dot your routes dot ts. Let's start writing the code for this. Const router is going to be equals to router imported from your Express, basically just like this. And the first one is going to be router dot post / register. It's going to be a auth controller dot your register. Okay, similarly let's copy this down a couple of times for the remaining ones. Everything is going to be post. Okay, next is going to be / login, next is / refresh, next is / logout. Okay, next here it's going to be auth controller dot login, next auth controller dot your refresh. Okay, finally it's going to be your auth controller dot your logout. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it for now. Let's try to say export default your router. We have one more endpoint, that is to get the personal information of the user, that is the profile information of the user. That is going to be / me. That's going to be a get request. So once when you implement the UI part, we can go ahead and then implement that. So now the auth routes is complete. So now let's create a main index.ts file where all of the routes are going to be written over there. Okay, So here again, const router is going to be equals to your use router. Sorry, my bad, just router. So let's write the first one, router.use for the auth routes /auth and all of your auth routes over here. This is going to be coming from your auth routes. So import auth routes from auth.routes. Save the file. So now let's include this within the main server.ts, that is with respect to the v1 routes. I think we need to export this as well. It's not yet done. Here we're going to say export default router. Okay, now come back to your server.ts. Let's try to import it over here. On the top, I'm going to say import v1 routes from your routes /v1 /index. All right, save the file. No issues. Let's try to use that route. So let's say over here, I'm going to say app.use. It is going to be /API /your v1 and use the v1 routes. What is the spelling for that? Not sure why it went off. Again, let's try to add it. This should be v1 routes. Save the file. As you can see, no issues. This is looking good. So now let's actually try to run the backend, that is check if at all our backend is actually working. The main endpoint to check is the health endpoint. With the help of curl command we can check it out. Since our backend is already running, I'm going to say curl http localhost 3000 /health, enter, and boom, just like that. As you can see, success is true. Message DriveIndia API is running. env development mode, it's running in that mode, and then timestamp also it is showing correctly fine. Okay, so this part is done. So by this we can confirm that our backend is running properly fine. So now let's try to implement the register functionality and let's see what exactly is going to happen over here. Okay, again I'm going to use the curl command itself. You can pretty much ask GPT to give you a curl command. It should give you a proper simple curl command. Okay, you can copy this as well. So this is going to be the next one, that is curl -x post method. This is going to be our URL, API, v1, auth, and then register. And I've passed in email sujan@test.com. Phone is some random phone number, that is going to be a Indian phone number, 10 digits. Password is this thing, test1234 exclamation mark. First name Sujan, last name is going to be Anand. Enter, and boom, just like that. As you can see, success is true. Message is registration successful, and this is the data. Everything is working properly fine. We have the role of user is verified as false, access token as well as the refresh token. So by this we can confirm that everything is working properly fine. Now we can go ahead and then test the login endpoint as well. I'm just going to enter the curl command for that. We can clear this one off and then add in this one. It's going to be pretty simple, but for login we have two steps, email and then password. I'm going to enter the same password and then the same email with which it was created. Let's press on enter. Okay, so here we do have an error. It says success is false, message is validation error. Error is phone valid input, phone, that is invalid input. Expected string received is undefined. Okay, so let's look into this, where exactly we have gone wrong. So let's check where exactly is the issue. First of all, let's check out our controller. Okay, so login is not working fine. Okay, my bad. So here it should be login schema.parse, not register. Let's try to give this one more try with the same command. Okay, it says failed to connect to localhost port 3000 after 0 milliseconds, could not connect to the server. Okay, there is an issue over here. Let me check my previous code. Okay, for email the parenthesis is missing. Let's add that. Okay, that was the issue, I guess. Let's give this one more try. As you can see, the backend is running fine. I'm gonna just enter the same command and boom, just like that. As you can see, success true, message is login successful, data is this one, and yeah, pretty much we are getting the access token as well as the refresh token. So our registration part is working properly fine. Okay, So you can verify this as well with the help of your Prisma Studio. So you can directly say npx Prisma Studio and it should be able to open it up. So I'm going to say cd backend first of all, and here I'm going to say npx Prisma Studio config prisma.config.ts, enter, and yeah, as you can see Prisma migrations is present. Users, just like that, as you can see we have all of our users, just one user is created and everything is being shown properly fine. That is your unique ID for the user created at time, your email, first name, last name, your is active is true, and as you can see your password is hashed over here, no one can see that, and your phone number, profile image is currently null, the role of the user is user, that's currently being shown, and the refresh tokens as well as the bookings. So now bookings over here is currently empty, so that's pretty much it. And for your refresh tokens, as you can see, we have all of the refresh tokens created for this specific user. One is for the register and one is for the login. Okay, so this is working properly fine. Now we can come back to the front end part and then we can try to implement it. So for the front end part, let me check what exactly needs to be done and how exactly we're going to implement it. All right, so yeah, we're going to make use of a store that is going to be Zustand, that is the global state management. So first of all, go ahead and then minimize the backend. We're going to go into the front end part and then look into all of that specific implementations, and we're going to use Zustand for the implementation, that is for the state management. So Zustand is not yet initialized, so let's come back over here. I'm going to say yarn add Zustand to the main application, come back to Chrome, install your Expo SecureStore, copy the command, and once this gets installed, we're gonna install this package as well, that is important for the state management implementations. All right, so this part is done. Let's say install this one. Okay, so both of them have been installed. Let's create a src folder onto the root level of the project. Here I'm going to say store. The first one is going to be your auth.store.ts. I'm going to say auth.store.ts. Let's start writing the code for this. First of all, I'm going to define the interface, that is going to be your auth store. Okay, it's going to have a user basically of type user or null. I'll be defining the types for this. So let's create your types folder and then have in the index.ts. Okay, that's important. Let's define that first. So again, src, your types, it's going to be index.ts. Here let's define all of the types that we're going to have within the application. Export interface your user, ID is going to be string, email string as well, your phone also string, first name string, your role also string, is verified is going to be string. Next, for city, that is in which city the cars are going to be present. Okay, so you can take a look at it. Next is going to be for the sub location. So under city we're going to have different kinds of sub location as well. So export interface sub location, ID is going to be of string, name is going to be of string, address, again string, your latitude as well, so latitude is going to be of number, longitude is going to be of number as well, and your count variable, it's going to have the cars and then the number. Next we're going to have it is for the interface of car. I'll be adding the code for that. You can take a look at it. So this is going to be for the interface car. It has a long list of information, that is ID, name, the car brand, your model, your years, your registration number, your fuel type, transmission, seats, kilometer per day, your price per hour, price per day, your status, it is available, booked, or it's in maintenance, your images, features, your sublocation as well as the sublocation ID. Next is for the booking. I'm going to say export interface, it is going to be booking, ID is going to be of string, your user ID is also going to be of string, it's basically going to have a car ID as well, start time of the booking, end time of a booking, status in pending or confirmed or active or completed or cancelled. Your total hours, that is going to be number, base price is going to be number as well, your total price is also going to be of number, your kilometer limit total is also going to be of number. Next, pickup address wherever it is given, so pickup address string, notes if any, not compulsory, created at value, is going to be a string. Next, the car info for that specific booking. I'm going to write all of them, just take a look at it. Name is going to be of string, brand, again string, okay, so for sublocation name, address, and then your city as well. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Next is your interface API response. Save this file. I'm going to say export interface API response. Success is going to be boolean, message of type string, your data and your error. I think we have defined this previously. It's going to be the same thing. Next, let's go on to the interface auth tokens, how exactly it's going to look. So export interface auth tokens is going to have in your access tokens and your refresh token. Next, finally, is for your login response. user of type user, access token of string, refresh token of string as well. That's it. So these are the entire types. I'll be showing you once again. If all you've missed anything, you can take a look at it. Okay, let's come back over here. So let's try to import your user from the types. Next, I'm going to check is authenticated is going to be boolean, is loading state, again boolean, error is going to be string or null, then login. Here I'm going to say email of string, comma password of string as well. Here we're going to say promise of void. Okay, next is going to be register of your data. Here we're going to have email of string, your phone is going to be of string, next password string, your first name is going to be string, last name is also going to be of type string. Okay, here we're going to say again promise of void. Next is going to be for your logout. A method over here, and we're going to say promise of void. Next, set user. I'm going to say user of type user. Again, I'm going to return void. Next, clear error method. It's going to be of void again. Load user. I'm going to say your promise of void. So you can take a look at it. That's your auth state. Next, let's try to export the auth store. I'm going to say export const use auth store equals to create method from Zustand of type auth state. Here I'm going to say import your create from Zustand. Okay, this is going to say auth state. We're going to have the set method basically over here. Let's pass on the initial values. User is going to be null by default. Is authenticated is going to be false. Is loading is going to be false as well. Error is going to be null. Next, let's try to define the load user functionality. It's going to be a async function. Let's try to have your try catch block. So catch of error over here. So here within the error block, I'm just going to say await your SecureStore dot delete item async of that specific token. That's the key basically for access token. Same thing I'm going to say await SecureStore dot delete item async of your refresh token. So within your try block, I'm going to say const token equals to await your SecureStore. I think we need to import this. I'm going to say import star as your SecureStore from Expo SecureStore. Okay, so first of all, what we're going to do is we're going to get the item async with respect to the access token. If at all no token is there, then just try to return it. We cannot implement it. Next is to decode the JWT to get the user info. So I'm going to say const payload equals to your json.parse of the atop. That's a function. It's going to be your token.split of the dot of the first value. That is just like this. Next, we're going to check if at all it's not expired. So if your payload dot your expiry, that's how we check it, is less than your date dot nav. Then I'm going to say return. Okay, next we're going to fetch the fresh user data. Const result is going to be equals to await your API dot get of your /auth/me. Next I'm going to say set your user to be of the result dot data and is authenticated is going to be true. Okay, next we're going to have for the login method as well as the register method. So I'm going to say login. It's going to be a async method with your email, comma, your password. Next, let's also write for the register. So the error goes away. That's the reason it's erroring out. It expects all the method to be written. So async data. Next is for your logout method. I'm going to say async. Finally, your set user as well as the clear error. I'm going to add the code for that. There you go. Just like that, the error is gone. Now let's start from the login part. First of all, I'm going to set the is loading to be of true. Your error is going to be pointing to null. Let's have a try catch block. So try catch of error, that is going to be any. I'm going to say const message is going to be equals to. So this is a detailed error message. So it's going to be in 2 to 3 lines. So error.response dot your data dot your message. Then set that specific error to be of the message and is loading. Now we can set it to be a false. And I'm going to say throw new error of your message. Alright, within the try block, I'm going to say const result is going to be equals to await your auth service, import that, dot call the login method properly and email dot your password over here. Next, I'm going to say set your user to be of the result dot user, comma, is authenticated is going to be equals to true and is loading is going to be equals to false. That's pretty much it. So this step is done. Similarly, it's going to be done for the register as well. Just try to add in that over here. So here we're going to say const result is going to be equals to await auth service dot register with respect to the data directly. Okay, and set it's going to be user result dot user and is authenticated is going to be true and is loading is going to be false. And the error message is going to remain as is, no changes. For the logout, I'm going to say set initially your is loading to be of true. Next, I'm going to say await your auth service dot logout and set your user is going to be null and is authenticated is going to be false and your is loading is also going to be false. So I can see some issues over here. As you can see within the auth store, there are some underlying issues. Let me just verify what exactly is that. Okay, so over here it says expected 1 arguments but got 2. So okay, my bad. So it is actually fetching from your backend. That's wrong. We need to fetch it from the front end part. Okay, where we're going to call API. So I think that's not yet done, if I'm correct. Okay, so yeah, services is not there. So let's go ahead and then create a services folder, and then we're going to first of all create a file. So services auth.service.ts. let's start writing the auth service. First method register. So async register of data. Let's have in all of the fields over here that we're going to use. Password of string. Your first name is going to be of string as well. Last name of string is going to be of promise. And login response imported from types. It's already defined. So here what we're going to do, we're going to initialize the result. So const result is going to be equals to await API. Again, API is not defined. Dot is going to be the post method to /auth/ your register. Pass on the data, and here I'm going to say await your auth service dot call the save tokens method. So this we're going to define it in just a bit. This in turn is going to say result.data dot go into the data again and then access the access token. Same thing over here, result.data dot your refresh token. Once that's done over here, I'm going to say return your result dot data dot data. Okay, that's it for the register method. Let's write it for login similarly. So async login email, that is going to be of string. Your password, that is going to be of string as well. Again, promise of your login response. Let's try to initialize the result again. That's going to be equals to await your API. Let's define that. Dot post, it's going to be /auth/ your login. All right, next I'm going to have in the email comma the password. After that's done, I'm going to say await your auth service dot call the function your save tokens. That also is going to come in this file itself. So save tokens of your result dot data dot your access token comma result dot data dot your refresh token. Okay, here I'm going to say return result dot data dot your data. Finally, I'm going to add it for the logout part. So async logout, this is going to be basically promise of void. I'm going to say const refresh token is going to be equals to await your SecureStore dot your get item async with respect to the refresh token. Okay, I've added the remaining code over here. First of all, check if refresh token is present, then make a API call to api.post /auth logout and then pass on the refresh token dot catch. Nothing is going to happen over there, and delete the items from your SecureStore. So we can try to import your SecureStore from Expo SecureStore. So I'm going to say import star as your SecureStore from your Expo SecureStore. Alright, so now the final function we have is for your save tokens. I'm going to say async save tokens of your, it's going to have in two things, that is your access as well as the refresh of string comma refresh token is also going to be of string. Here I'm going to say promise of void. Here I'm going to write await your SecureStore dot set item async. The token is going to be, the key is going to be access token, and over here we're going to pass on the access token. Next I'm going to say await your SecureStore dot set item async. Here I'm going to say refresh token, and I'm going to pass on the refresh token over here. Next and final function for your get stored functions, for your get stored method. So async get stored tokens. Here I'm going to check const access token is going to be equals to await your secure store dot get item async of your access token. Next I'm going to say const refresh token is going to be equals to await secure store dot get item async of your refresh token. Okay, next here I'm going to say return these two values, access token comma your refresh token. That's it. Let's try to save the file. One thing is pending, that is to implement your API part. So for that, make sure you have installed Axios into the front end part. So here I'm going to say yarn add your Axios, install that, and within the lib folder it's not created, so I'm going to say src and then lib. It is going to be axios.ts. So here let's try to first of all export the API equals to your Axios, import Axios from Axios. That is just like this. Let's write it properly. Next import star as your secure store from Expo SecureStore. Okay, here I'm going to say API is going to be equals to Axios.use the create method built in. It's going to take in your base URL, in our case your API underscore base underscore URL. So this is going to be coming from the constants. Okay, so we need to add that, or we can try to hard code for now, or I'm going to add it in just a bit. Okay, so next it's going to take in the timeout. I'm going to say 10,000 over here. Next is your headers. I'm going to say content type is going to be application / your JSON. Okay, alright, so now the next step is to implement your interceptors part, that is the request interceptors as well as the response interceptors. So request interceptors is done to attach the access token to every request such that we can actually prove the user's identity, that is they are themselves and not another person. Okay, so over here I'm going to say API dot interceptors dot request dot make use of the use method. Here I'm going to say async of your config. First of all, initialize your token over here. I think extra bracket is getting added. Let's remove that. Okay, so const token is going to be equals to await your secure store dot get item async with respect to the access token. Okay, so if token is present, then here I'm going to check config dot headers dot set the authorization to be equals to your bearer $token. Okay, and then return that specific config. That's it. So this will automatically attach your access token to every specific request. All right, next is to auto refresh on your 401 error if at all the token is expired or it is invalid. Okay, so API dot interceptors dot response dot again use. This in turn is going to have the result. Okay, here I'm going to say async error, that is going to be of your Axios error. Import that from Axios. First of all, initialize the original part. So I'm going to say const original is going to be equals to your error dot config as any. Next, check the condition, that is if at all the error dot your response dot your status is going to be equals to 401 and not of original dot retry. That is just like this. Then over here I'm going to set it to be of true. That is original dot underscore retry equals to true. Next I'm going to initialize my try and then catch block. So yeah, catch of error, or we can directly try to delete the tokens. That's what we have done previously. That is going to be just like this. You can take a look at it for the catch block. Now for the try block, first of all let's try to get the token, refresh token. So const refresh token is going to be equals to await SecureStore dot get item async of your refresh token. So if not of refresh token, then throw new error, which is going to say no refresh token is present. So here I'm going to say const data directly extracted. That's going to be coming from await Axios dot your post method. That is going to be with respect to this URL. So I'm going to say your base underscore API base URL / your auth and then / your register. Sorry, my bad. What am I writing? Refresh. This in turn is going to take in the refresh token. Okay, and this is going to give in two things, that is access token and the refresh token, that is the new token. So const your access token comma refresh token, that is going to be equals to new refresh equals to your data.data. Once that's done, store it into your SecureStore. So I'm going to say await SecureStore dot set item async with respect to your access token. Here I'm going to say access token. Next I'm going to say await your SecureStore dot again set item async with respect to your refresh token. I'm going to say new refresh. And furthermore I'm going to say original dot headers dot authorization, update this value, that is going to be equals to your bearer dollar your access token. Next here I'm going to say return your API of your original. So that's pretty much it about your Axios instances as well as how to create your API and your interceptors part. So now the next step is to create that API base URL within the constants. So I'm going to say src over here, constants, it's going to be your index.ts. I'm going to add the code for that. You can take a look at it. Okay, so we can remove that colors part. I don't think we are using it as of now. Okay, so export const API base URL. Okay, if at all it's def, then it's going to be this URL. Else, if at all you have deployed your API, use this one. And these are the fuel type labels we're going to use while implementing the front end part. And these are the transmission labels consisting of your manual as well as automatic. Import it over here, save, and import it over here for the auth service, your API, save. Okay, and for the auth store, import auth service from your front end folder and not the backend folder. As you can see, the first one, import it. There you go, everything is done. So this part is complete. Now finally let's look into the front end part of the design over here. So let's see what exactly is there within the app router. We just have tabs. So let's create two more things. That is going to be your main and the auth. We can actually remove the tabs. Okay, or yeah, let's do one thing. Let's create your main first, main, as well as you're going to have it for the auth as well. Okay, not within this, again a separate folder for auth. Right, we're also going to have a main file that's going to be your index.tsx. That's the entry point basically. So here I'm going to write down the code, that is export default function index Here I'm going to say const load user is going to be coming from your use auth store. Okay, that function is already defined. Here I'm going to say use effect. It's going to run on the initial mount, and we're going to call a function that is going to be check auth. Here I'm going to say check and then auth. All right, so let's try to call down the function over here, or define it basically. So const check auth is going to be equals to a async function. So here I'm going to check const token equals to await access your secure store. We can copy down from here. Okay, so I'm going to say await your secure store dot your get item async of your access token, and if token is present, then directly try to navigate. So I'm going to say await load user, so the details are going to be present, and then router dot replace to be of your /home, not home, /main, and then / your home. Else it is gonna say router dot replace to be of your /auth, and then /onboarding, because the user is not yet logged in. Next over here I'm just going to return a design that is for loading. So I'm going to say view over here. Here your activity indicator from React Native. Color is going to be this color code, that is E5 E8500A. Next I'm going to say size, that is going to be equals to large. So for the view imported from React Native, class name flex of 1, and then BG is going to be this color code, that is 0A 0A and then 0F. Apart from that, I'm going to say items is going to be of center, justify is also going to be of center. Save the file. Now let's create the auth layout basically. So I'm going to create a auth. For auth, I'm going to create underscore layout.tsx. So you can basically try to add this auth layout. So we're just going to have a single stack, and screen options, header zone is going to be false, and animation is going to be fade. Okay, so same thing goes for the main as well. So within the main, I'm going to say underscore layout.tsx, and we can try to add in the code for that as well. This is going to be the main layout. So just try to add just like this. For this, animation is going to be slide from right. Alright, so yeah, this part is done. So now we can try to make some changes within your main underscore layout. As you can see, we need to change our root layout, and I'm also going to install the package that is going to be your tanstack react query. Let's try to add in that over here. Okay, so clear this, and I'm going to say yarn add tanstack react query, import it onto the top. You're going to use that, import two things basically, your query client and your query client provider from your add tanstack react query. All right, so yeah, this part is done. So now let's try to initialize the query client over here. So const query client is going to be equals to new query client. Okay, wrong spelling for this one. Use this one. Okay, so this in turn is going to take in your default options. That is going to be basically, okay, my bad. So this should be your small q. So yeah, that's the issue. It's actually taking the import value itself. All right, so here I'm going to pass on the queries. I'm going to say retry is 2, and stale time is going to be 1000 into 60 into your 5. Okay, so let's wrap it around your entire code, that is your query client provider. I'm going to say query client provider. Just put all of this within your query client provider, and here I'm going to say client is going to be equals to your query client. Okay, here let's try to set up the stack. I'm going to add the code for that. You can take a look at it. So these are all of the stacks that we're going to use. Okay, the first one is going to be index. So index means obviously that is going to be shown. So accordingly, it's going to check this condition and it's going to navigate to either main, home, or then auth or onboarding. Okay, so I think that's pretty much it. We can try to create some blank files for onboarding as well as the main, so that error goes off. That's the reason it's actually erroring out over here. As you can see, it's underlined. It says main or home is not present. So let's come back to your main and then create a home.tsx over here. rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet. So to get all of the shorthand code snippets, you can try to install your extensions, that is your React Redux React Native code snippets, ES7 code snippets. That's the exact name. I think even this is installed in my package. You can try to use this also. Both are working fine. So now next, let's try to initialize your onboarding.tsx. Okay, so rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet. Save the file. As you can see, just like that, the error is gone because now the files are actually present and it's working properly fine. So now let's try to reload it and let's see what exactly happens. Backend is running, even this is also running. I'm just going to press on R and boom, just like that. As you can see, it is working properly fine. Everything is, working according to our implementations, because over here it just went and checked the user with respect to the access token. Obviously it's not present because we have not implemented anything, and that's the reason it's directly showing your else condition, which says router or replace to be of your auth and then onboarding. So we need to start designing the onboarding, which is going to look something like this. Okay, so let's start with this specific part. So first of all, for the onboarding, onto the top, I'm going to design my data. So this contains around 2 to 3 slides. I'm just going to get in that over here. So the slides are going to look just like this. So I'll be setting all of the data in the description. You can take a look at it. So with the help of this information, we're going to start designing our onboarding screen. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to have some state to check which is the active image or slide. So I'm going to say const your active index comma set active index is going to be equals to your use state of 0. Next, const your flat list ref is going to be equals to use ref with respect to the flat list and initially pointing to null. We can get into the return block. I'm going to make use of a safe area view. So the design starts from the correct position. Okay, so over here, let's pass on the class name. That is going to be flex of 1. And then BG is going to be your 0A, 0A, and then 0F. So next, we're going to design some skip button over here. I'm not able to see it onto the screen. So that's going to be the next step. So the user can skip all of these as well. Okay, so alright, so I've just added the code over here. So we're going to check if at all your active index is less than the slides dot length minus 1, which means technically if at all they're on the last slide, that is slide number 3, but the count will come as 2 because the index is starting from 0. So 0, 1, and then 2. So we're going to check 3 minus 1 because slides dot length equals to 3. So if 2 is less than 2, then show the skip button. Once they press on that, they need to be navigating to the login part. Okay, so let's try to save. As you can see, the skip button is being shown over here. It's pretty light. You can try to make it more clearer. That would be better. And below this, I'm going to have my flat list. Import this flat list from React Native. It is already imported, I guess. Yeah, it is imported. So for this flat list, we're going to pass in 2 things. That is going to be the reference. That is going to be your flat list ref, and your data. That is going to be your slides. Okay. Next, I'm going to pass on the key extractor This in turn is going to take in the item over here, and I'm going to say your item dot id. Next part is we're going to say horizontal paging is going to be enabled, and I'm going to say scroll enabled is going to be equals to false. Apart from that, I'm going to say show horizontal scroll indicator, set it to be false, is equals to false. Okay, next let's try to use the render item method over here. Pass on the item, and here let's try to design it just like this. Have an outer view. Within this we're going to have another view. Within that we're going to have one more view. Within that a text which is going to say self drive. Let's pass on the class name for this. It's going to have a text of this color code, that is 9494 and then A8. So next I'm going to say text of SM. Tracking is going to be widest, and everything is going to be in uppercase. Save. So there you go, just like that. Is looking pretty neat. So since we have 3 times, it is going to be showing 3 times over there. Okay, next is with respect to the image. I think for the view also we can give the design now itself. So class name, it's going to be in absolute positioning, top of 4, left of 4 as well. Your BG is going to be your 0A, 0A and then 0F. Apart from that, I'm going to say rounded is going to be full, PX of 3, PY of 1, your border, and then border 222 or 5 2s and then a E. Let's try to save. So you can see that's looking fine. So below this, let's try to have an image. We can use a normal image itself, no need of Expo image. Image from React Native. So let's try to have a source which is going to say URI. That is going to be your item.image. That's how we access it. Class name, I'm going to say width is going to be a full as well as a height of 52. And resize mode, I'm going to say it's going to be contain. Save. Okay, not sure why the images are not being shown. Let's see if at all it's valid. Yeah, I'm able to see some car images, but okay, even this is being shown fine. Let's see if at all there is any kind of syntax issues. Item.image, width full, height full. Okay, let's design everything first and let's see what exactly is coming. For the topmost view, I'm going to say class name, px of 6, and your style is going to be equals to width. So this width is going to be coming from your top portion, that is from the dimensions part. You can try to add it just like this, import it as well, and boom, just like that. Now it's being shown correctly fine, which is good. So for the inner view, I'm going to go ahead and then give the styles over here. So right over here, I'm going to say class name, rounded is going to be 3XL, BG is going to be 13 and then 131A. Next I'm going to say is your border is going to be your 222 and then E, same color. A height of 72, let's say. Overflow of hidden. MB of 10. Items of center. Justify of center as well. Let's try to save the file. There you go, it's looking pretty good. So now the next step is, or we can make the image come a little bit to a bottom position, even that should be okay. Or let's give it a more height, 74. Let's see what is the maximum height over here. Okay, after 72 it's 80. Yeah, I think 80 looks better. And for image, you can say rounded as well. Okay, not sure why that's not getting applied to Excel. Okay, anyways, let's remove this for now. Right, I've just also added a new self-enclosing view that is for this specific color over here. Okay, so this part is done. So now let's make it 80 again because I just changed the code. Yep, this is looking pretty good. So after the bottom strip, we're gonna have one more piece of view that is to show the text attributes. So within this, again, one more piece of view. Let's try to add that over here. All right, so that's just for the orange color. As you can see over here, we have a light orange color, so use that. Next view over here, or we can directly try to show a text tag and show your item dot tag. So for this, let's pass on the design. So class name, I'm going to say give it a flex of row, items of center, MB of 3, and for this specific text, let's make use of backticks over here. So text of XS, font is going to be bold, and tracking is going to be of 3 pixels. And here I'm going to say dollar your item dot accent text. Save. There you go. Welcome to DriveIndia. So this is looking properly fine. So next is for the title part below the view, having a text field over here, item dot your title. Design for this, so class name, text of white, font of bold, text of 5XL, leading is going to be tight, and MB of 4. Save. There you go. That's looking pretty neat. Drive anywhere, anytime. So next part is with respect to the subtitle. So I'm just going to add that over here. That is going to be just like this. Save. As you can see, that's looking pretty nice. Next is for the bottom part of the design. So for that, let's come back over here below the flat list, having a view, and let's show in all of the dots that is with respect to the slides. As you can see over here, it's very tiny. So here I'm going to say your view, and I'm just going to map over the slides. So slides.map for every value and then the index over here. I'm going to have in a view, pass on the key to this, that is going to be equals to the index, and the design I'm going to add it over here. You can take a look at it. Save. So this is going to be coming from your slide. So slide means it needs to be initialized over here. So I'm going to say const slide is going to be equals to slides of your active index. By default, it should be set to 0. Save. Okay, as you can see, we're able to see that onto the screen, which is good. So for the view, I'm going to give some class name px of 6 and then pb of 10. And for your inner view, I'm going to say class name, flex is going to be of row, items of center, MB is going to be of 8. So just for the slide that's in the current state, it is going to be showing in a longer format, that is for the dot. All right. Next, let's try to show the CTA button. That is going to be the next one below the view. Touchable opacity, having a text, and here check the condition, that is if at all your active index is going to be equals to your sites, not slides, not sites, slides dot length -1, then it is going to say let's go else it is going to say continue. All right. And now for the touchable opacity, I'm going to say active opacity is going to be 0.85. Apart from that, I'm going to say class name over here. So I'm just going to check slide dot your button class. It's going to be rounded basically, so add it of 2xl, py of 5, items is going to be of center. Okay, so apart from that, I'm going to give it a on press handle next. So what exactly needs to happen? We're going to write the code for that. So text, pass on the style for this. It's going to have basically a text of white, font of bold, text of SM, tracking is going to be widest, and it's going to be uppercase. So let's go on to the top and then write down the function that is handle next over here. Okay, so here I'm going to say const your handle next is going to be equals to, I'm going to check if at all your active index is less than your slides dot length minus 1. I'm going to say const next equals to your active index plus 1, increment the quantity, and then I'm going to say flat list ref dot current dot, we do have the scroll to index method, use that index, and it's going to be equals to next. So the next image is going to be shown, and I'm going to say set active index to be of next. Else I'm just going to say router dot replace to be a / auth and then / login. So I think this function is pretty simple to understand. Okay, that is how to increment the quantity and then move to the next bit. Save the file. As you can see, just like that, our design is looking pretty neat and really clean. So next is the sign in link on the last slide. For that, we need to write the implementation. That's going to come right below the touchable opacity. So go ahead and then add it just like this. Save. So once I press on continue, it should take me to the new slide showing the information of this one, that is easy booking, book in under 60 seconds. As you can see, just like that, even the color got changed and even the car is changed as well. You can try to use a transparent image such that your white background is not being shown. Next, let's press on continue, and boom, just like that. As you can see, now we are in the last slide. It is saying let's go, and we also can see already have an account and then sign in. So once I press on let's go, we should be taken to your login screen. Currently it's not present. Let's first of all initialize that. We're going to have two parts, login.tsx as well as your register.tsx. So come back to your auth, then new file, login.tsx. So rnfes to get the short run code snippet. Save the file. Now again, let's give this a try. Let's go, and boom, just like that, even that small kind of animation came, which is pretty cool. And now we are in the login screen. We can just try to verify that. As you can see, it's the login, and we can get started with the design of the login screen. That is going to look something like this, and this is going to be your register screen. Your first name, last name, email, mobile number, password, and then create account. For login, just 2 steps, email address as well as the password. So next, these are the 2 things that we're going to build. So let's get started with your design of the login screen. So now let's continue designing your login screen. Okay, I'm going to initialize some state that is going to be useful. So const email comma set email is going to be equals to use state, initially empty string. Same thing goes for your password. Equals to use state empty string. Next, const show password comma set show password is going to be equals to use state. By default it's going to be in your false state. Next is with respect to your errors, if at all there are any. So const errors comma set errors is going to be equals to use state. So email over here, that is going to be of type string, Okay, next password of type string over here. Okay, initially it's going to be empty itself. Next, I'm going to get in all of the functions from the use auth store that we have defined. So const login comma is loading comma error comma your clear error is going to be equals to your use auth store. All right, next let's come back to the return block and then let's start designing this. I'm going to make use of a safe area view, import it from your safe area context. Okay, class name, give it a flex of 1, and bg is going to be your 0a, 0a and then 0f. Save the file. There you go, just like that, it's working properly fine. Next, I'm going to have a keyboard avoiding view, import it from React Native. Let's pass on the behavior for this. Here I'm going to check if at all my platform.os is going to be equals to your iOS. Then in that case it's going to be padding, else it is going to be height. Okay, so this is important. So let's say you have a proper input on a login screen or a register screen. If you press on that, the keyboard which is present should not cover that input. So the input should automatically space itself. It should go a little up, and then the keyboard also should be seen in that particular screen itself, so the user can see what they're typing, as well as the keyboard also should be seen properly fine. So for that we're going to use this. So class name, I'm going to give it a flex of 1. Alright, so now apart from that, I'm going to make use of a scroll view, because for smaller screens the user should be able to scroll properly. So for this, again, class name, give it a flex of 1. Next, content container style, give it a flex pro, that's important. Next, keyboard should persist taps, it's going to be handled. And I'm going to say show vertical scroll indicator, it's going to be false. So the first thing over here is going to be with respect to your DriveIndia design that is going to be designed over here. So let's try to have a view for that. Outermost view, this is the inner view, that is for the header, imported from React Native, by the way. This in turn is going to have 2 more views, which in turn is going to have a text that is going to be your D character. Okay, import D from, again, React Native. Target the view over here. I'm going to say class name, width of 8, height of 8 as well. It's going to be rounded of LG, and BG is going to be this color code, that is E85 and then 00A. Items is going to be of center, justify of center, so everything is centered, and then MR of 2. Okay, so for the text D, it's going to be in white color basically. So class name, I'm going to say text of white, font of bold, and text is going to be of SM. Okay, so this part is done. So now for the upper view, it needs to be in a row fashion. So flex of row, item center, MB of 10. Save the file. There you go, just like that, the D value is being shown correctly fine. Okay, below this view we're going to have a text which says DriveIndia. So I'm going to say DriveIndia over here. Let's pass on the class name. This is again going to have a white color text, so text white for that. Font is going to be of bold, and text of LG. Tracking is going to be wider. So below this specific view, I'm going to have another text which is going to say welcome back. Pass on the design for this. So text over here is going to be this color code, that is 9494 and then A8. Text of small, and then we're going to pass on font of medium and then tracking of 3 pixels. That is going to be just like this. Apart from that, it's going to be uppercase and then your MB of 3. Save the file. There you go. Just like that, it's looking good. So for your outermost view, I'm going to pass on the design. So class name over here, it's going to have a flex of 1, px of 6, pt of 8, pb of 10. So save. As you can see, just like that, after entering the padding, this is looking pretty good. Okay, so this part is done. So below your welcome back text, we're gonna have a sign into your account text. So I'm just gonna add it below this piece of text. You can take a look at it. Save. There you go. That's looking neat. So now below your view, if at all there are any errors, we're gonna show that over here. There is, at this point, I'm gonna check error and let's have a view for this. And here pass on a text which is going to show that specific error over here. So class name for this part, I'm going to say text of ff4 and then d4d. It's going to be text of sm and font of medium. Okay, so for the view, I'm going to pass on the class name. I'm going to say bg ff4. Again, it's going to be the same color basically, or no, I'll just be adding the code for that because it contains more than 6 characters. So you can take a look at the styling for this part as well. So next we're going to look into the email inputs. That is going to be your email address, password, sign in, as well as create account. So below your error, have an entire view for that. Here let's have in one more piece of view. Within that, we're going to have a text which is going to say email address. Okay, let's pass on the design for this. Class name, text is going to be this color code, that is hashtag 9494A8. Text of XS, font is going to be semi bold. Tracking, I'm going to pass on widest over here, uppercase, MB of 2 and then ML of 1. As you can see, that's looking fine. So for this one, class name MB of 8, and then I'm going to say style as well, gap of 16. For this piece of view, there is no design as of now. So here let's try to have in one more view. Within this, we're going to have a text input imported from React Native and pass on the options over here. First one, value, that is going to be equals to email. On change text, it's going to be set email. Your placeholder, I'm going to say you at example.com. Next, your keyboard type, that is going to be equals to email address. Your placeholder text color, even this option is present. I'm going to pass on 5A and then 7.2. Apart from that, I'm going to say auto capitalize, that is going to be none. Next, I'm going to say your auto correct, that is going to be equals to false. Okay, auto complete, that is going to be email. And next, class name, I'm going to say flex of 1, text is going to be of white, and then text is going to be of base. Not this one, base. Save the file. There you go, we're able to see something onto the screen. Once I give the design for your view, everything is going to look properly fine. So let's say class name over here, make use of backticks. Here initially it's going to have a BG border rounded off 3XL and some internal spacing and a conditional based styling as well. I'll be just adding the styling for this part. So it's going to be just like this. As you can see, just like that, it's looking pretty neat. So yeah, this part is done. So I think for the email address bit, we can give it some empty as well, or empty of 4. Yeah, I think that's looking better. So now if at all there are any errors with respect to the email part, we're going to show that is going to happen right below your view. I'm going to check if at all errors dot email and go ahead and then show the text over here. That is gonna be errors dot email. So class name for this, it's gonna be text red of, let's say, 500. Text is gonna be XS, empty of 1.5 and ML of 1. Okay, so if there are any errors, it's gonna show up over there. So below this piece of view, we're gonna have the next view that is gonna say password. Add it over here, format once. Here I'm gonna say password. Let's try to save the file. As you can see, that is looking good. So below password again, we're gonna have your design. You can just copy this down and then make the changes required. Copy that entire view and then paste it below this. So your value, that is going to be equals to password on changed text set password. Your placeholder, I'm going to say minimum of 8 characters. Okay, apart from that, I'm going to pass on the placeholder text color. That is going to be the same thing. Then secure text entry, that is going to be equals to not of show password. If at all show password is there, then show the password. If at all show password is false, then do not show the password over there. Then just show in the dot format. Okay, then auto capitalize none. Then autocorrect not going to be present. Auto complete is going to be equals to your password, and this is going to remain as is. Okay, and over here, instead of errors.email, it's going to be errors.password. Save the file. As you can see, just like that, it's looking pretty good, and we are able to enter all of the required details over here. So this part is done. Now next, let's move on to the next one, that is for hiding or showing of password. Okay, so for that, we're gonna have a touchable opacity imported from React Native over here. Having a piece of text, I'm gonna say show password. It's gonna be hide, else it's gonna be show. So for touchable opacity, I'm gonna say class name ml of 3, py of 1, and then px of 2. Okay, so for text over here, let's pass on the design class name. I'm going to say text of this color code, that is 5A, 5A, and then 72. Text of XS, font is going to be semi bold, and then tracking is going to be wider. This is the one, and uppercase. Save. As you can see, show. So once you press on that, let's say on press, taking a function over here, and over here I'm going to say set show password to be of not of show password. If it is false, make that state true. If it is true, make that state false. As you can see, I'm able to switch between your hide show and then hide show. So currently it is hidden, so once you press on show, it is going to be shown. Okay, so that's it. So this part is done. Next, if at all there are any errors with respect to the password, then go ahead and then show that. Add it over here and change the values. So errors dot your password Here it's gonna be as well errors.password. Save. Okay, so this part is done. We're gonna have the next button, that is gonna be your login button. So it's gonna happen over here. Again, initialize a touchable opacity. I'm gonna check if this loading is true. Show a activity indicator. Color over here is gonna be equals to your FFF. Else, if at all it's not loading, show a text which is gonna say login. So save. So let's start to design this. Not login, sign in. So for touchable opacity, I'm gonna say disabled if it is loading, because the user might press it again and again. Next, I'm gonna say active opacity is gonna be equals to your 0.85. Apart from that, I'm gonna say class name over here bg of E8500A. Okay, apart from that, I'm gonna say rounded is gonna be 2xl, py of 5, items of center, mb of 5 as well. Let's save. There you go. Just like that, we're able to see that button. And for the text, it's gonna be in white color. So I'm gonna say text of white, font is gonna be of bold, text of SM, tracking is gonna be widest basically, and your uppercase. Save. As you can see, that is looking pretty good. So next we're gonna have that OR design. So that's super light over here. You can actually try to make it, more visible. That would be better. So below the touchable opacity, that OR design is gonna be added. I'll just be adding the design for that over here. So you can take a look at it. Save. And as you can see, just like that, we're gonna have the OR design. Next we're gonna have it for the create account. So below this, I'm gonna say touchable opacity, having a text over here which is gonna say create account, and for your touchable opacity, I'm gonna pass on the active opacity, that is gonna be 0.85. Pass on the class name to this, that is gonna be border, and border hashtag 5 2s and then a E. Rounded is gonna be 2xl. Okay, some py of 5 and then items of center. As you can see, the outline is designed. So for the text, I'm gonna say class name, text of white, okay, font of semi bold, text of SM, and your uppercase. So you can see that's looking pretty neat. So this part is done. Next, let's move on to the final part, that is going to say by continuing you agree to our terms of service and then privacy policy. So we're going to add that part of the design. That's going to be coming over here. So save. As you can see, that's it. So once you press on create account, we should be able to navigate to the register. First of all, let's create a register.tsx. So RNFES together shall run code snippet. Save the file. So over here onto the touchable opacity, on press, and then I'm going to say router dot push. It is going to be to the / of auth and then register. Save. As you can see, just like that, we are able to navigate to the register screen over here. Now let's go ahead and then start writing the code for the register screen. So here I'm going to say export default function register, and over here I'm going to get in the first name, comma set first name equals to your use state of initially empty string, next const, last name comma set last name is going to be equals to use state of your, again, initial empty string. Next we have it for the email. We can get it from the previous one itself, and even password is present. Let's get that as well. So apart from that, we're gonna have it for your phone. So const phone comma set phone is going to be equals to use state of, again, empty string. Next is with respect to the password, and then show errors, errors and then set errors. We can get in this as well. Format. So here next, let's try to get it from the use auth store, some of the methods. Register method is loading state error comma clear error equals to your use auth store. I'm going to be adding a clear field error over here with the help of the use callback, which we'll be using while implementing the register screen. You can take a look at it. So this is basically going to set the error state using the use callback hook. So this part is done. We can get into the return block of the design. So return, again, a safe area view. Okay, let's try to pass on a class name over here. That's going to be flex of 1. Again, similar bg color 0a, 0a, and then 0f. Save. Okay, close the bracket. Yeah, there you go. That's working fine. Again, it's going to be a keyboard avoiding view. We can pass on the same options that we have given over here for the behavior as well as the class name. Just copy that once and then add it over here. Import platform from React Native. This is again gonna have a scroll view. We can basically pass in the same options. So copy this down, and then we can give it over here. Okay, let's try to save the file. Next, we're gonna have your view. Okay, it's gonna look something like this. It's gonna have an outer view and then a back button basically. Okay, so for this, first of all, import your view from React Native. Pass on the class name for this. It's going to be having a flex of 1, px of 6, your pt of 8, and then a pb of 10. Okay. Next, we're going to be having a back button that is going to be coming below the view. With the help of the touchable opacity, import all of the required things, your text, touchable opacity, as well as the router. Let's try to save. There you go. Just like that, we're able to press on it and we're able to navigate as well. That's looking pretty clean. Next, we're gonna have your get started as well as create your account. Having a view for that. Within that, a text which is gonna say get started. Here we're gonna say create your account. Let's pass on the design for the view. So class name MB of 10. For this one, class name text is going to be of this color code, that is 9494AB. Text is going to be SM. Font medium. Tracking is going to be wider, uppercase, and then MB of 3. Save. As you can see, get started is being shown on the screen. That's good. For the second one, class name, text of white, font of bold, text of 5XL, loading is going to be tight. Enter. Okay, so just reduce the space. There you go, just like that. That's looking good. Sorry, my bad. That should be leading. Yeah, okay, that is the correct design. Next, if at all there is any error, we're going to show that. I think this is already designed over here. It's going to be the same design, add it below the view over here. Format once and then save the file. Next is with respect to all of your text inputs. So let's try to add in all of these. So here we're gonna have again a bunch of views. Here the text, which is going to say first name, pass on the class name to this. That is going to be text 9494 and then A8. Your text is going to be XS. Font is going to be semi bold. Tracking is going to be widest basically. Uppercase MB of 2, ML of 1. Save. As you can see, first name is being shown onto the screen. Next is with respect to the text input. Let's have in a view. Import text input from React Native. Value is going to be your first name. Next, for your on-change text, I've added it. You can take a look at this. Your placeholder, that is going to be Sujan. You can add in any placeholder. Your placeholder text color, that is going to be 5A and then 72. Okay. Autocorrect is going to be not auto capitalize, autocorrect. I'm going to say false. Okay. Next, I'm going to pass on the class name. I'm going to say text of white and then text of base. Save the file. As you can see, that's looking better. Let's add the design for the view such that your complete text input is going to be shown over here. So your errors is going to be in this format, not in place of your email and password. Okay, save. As you can see, that is looking good. MB is not given correctly. Yeah. So now for your outermost view, I'm going to pass on the design. So class name over here, it's going to be MB of 8 and some style. I'm going to say gap of 16. So for this specific view, class name, flex of row, style, I'm going to say gap of 12. So this I'm going to say class name, flex of 1. Okay, we're going to have again the errors for your first name. I'm just going to add that over here below the text input if at all they're present, just like this. You can take a look at it. Next is going to be for the last name. Just try to copy this design and then add it over here itself. Instead of first name, it is going to be last name. Save the file. As you can see, just like that, it's looking pretty neat. Change your placeholder, whatever it is. Here, instead of set first name, it's going to be set last name. Okay, and it's going to be clear field error of the last name. And here it's going to be errors dot last name. Apart from that, even over here we need to make the change, errors dot last name, and here also errors dot last name. Okay, that's pretty much it. We can move on to the next part, that is going to be your email, your password, and then the phone. Okay, so all of them are going to remain super similar. Just design one and you should be able to copy down the other two as well. So it's going to come right below this one, that is this piece of view. You can use the same text. that is going to be email address. Save. Okay, I think just the view below this one. Yeah, that's correct. You can copy down that view and then make the changes. Value is going to be your email over here. So just try to add in that. Next, for your on change text, let's try to add in this one. So it's going to be similar itself. Just try to copy this. So here, taking a value, set email of t, and then clear field error of email. Placeholder is going to be you@example.com. Placeholder text color, same thing. Autocorrect is going to be false. Auto capitalize is going to be none. Next, autocomplete is going to be email. Okay, class name is going to remain as is. Then if at all there are any errors with respect to the email, go ahead and then show that. So errors dot your email. Even over here, errors dot your email. Alright, save the file. As you can see, just like that, even that part is done. So similarly, I'm going to paste it for the remaining part. That is going to be your mobile number as well as your password. So this is going to be with respect to the phone. Just try to add it, save. And next we're going to have it for the password part. And that's going to be coming over here. Okay, so set show password, there is an issue, wrong spelling, save. As you can see, that's looking better. So yeah, this part is complete. So now next, let's try to have in a button that is going to be your handle register. If you have missed something, you can take a look at it. But according to me, the design is going to be exactly the same thing. No more changes for the other parts, that is mobile number as well as your password. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. Now next, below your view, I'm gonna have a touchable opacity. Here, if this loading is true, then here I'm gonna have in a text which is gonna say create account. First of all, let's add in the if condition. That is gonna be activity indicator. Okay, color is gonna be FFF. Okay, so here let's add it properly. Alright, so this should say create account. So let's pass on the design for the touchable opacity. Class name, it's going to have a BG of this color code, that is E8, E5, and then 0A. Rounded is going to be 2XL. Okay, not yellow color. E8 50 and then 0A. E8 50. So rounded of 2XL, PY of 5, items of center, and then an MB of 5 as well. That's the color. Okay, save. As you can see, that's looking fine. I think this should come within the view itself, so the padding is also going to get applied. Yeah, that's better. We can provide it some empty of 2 or 3 or 5 as well. Okay, so for the text, let's pass on the design over here. I'm going to say class name. It's going to have a text of white, and then font is going to be of bold, text of SM. Tracking is going to be widest, and your uppercase. Save. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Next, we're going to have one more piece of touchable opacity, which is going to say already have an account and then sign in. Save. So for the text, we can give it white itself. So class name, text white, and text of center, text of small, I think that's looking better. So directly for the reachable opacity, I'm going to say on press. We can say router dot back. It needs to navigate back to the login screen. So router dot back. I'm going to say class name, items of center, and empty of 2. Save. As you can see, this is your register screen. It is scrollable because for smaller screens it might go out of bounds. Okay, so once you press on this, automatically we are navigating back. So this part is properly done. So now let's go and then implement your register function. So const handle register is going to be equals to a async function over here. First of all, clear the error if at all any. That's what this function is going to do. If not of validate, we need to define the validate function, then directly try to return. So instead of checking if at all not of email, password, phone number, I've just written a function that is if not of validate. We're going to write the function for that. Next, try catch. For the try, await register, call it directly, pass on the details, first name, last name, email is going to be email.trim dot to lowercase. Okay, next I'm going to say phone, and the final one is the password. That's it. This is your entire register function. Everything is going to be handled with respect to the store and the services file based on whatever we have written. Okay, next let's try to handle your validate method. So const validate is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. Okay, I'm going to say const e is going to be of record, and your string format equals to a empty object. If not of first name dot trim over here, I'm going to say e dot first name equals to required. Okay, so if not of last name dot trim, I'm going to say e dot last name is going to be required. Next, similarly, it's going to be for the email as well. That is, if at all the email is not present, then we're going to say email is required. I've also added else if it is going to test with respect to the regular expressions. That is, it should be a valid email. You cannot enter a random gibberish value over there. Okay, next is with respect to the phone. I'm going to check if not a phone, I'm going to say e dot your phone is going to be phone is required. Okay, again we are going to have a regular expression with respect to the phone part. Add it over here. Okay, you can take a look at it. Next is for the password. If not of password, then e dot password is going to be equals to your password is required. Else if, I'm going to check if at all your password dot length is less than 8. All right, then over here I'm going to say e dot password equals to minimum 8 characters. Okay, next here I'm going to say set errors of that specific key. So based on any of the field, if at all it's not present, it is going to be showing over here. Okay, next I'm going to say return your e dot object, your object dot keys dot length is going to be equals to 0. Save. Okay, so that's your entire method for your validate as well as the entire register functionality. So let's come back to your login method over here. I'm going to write the handle login function. It's going to be super simple. Again, just copy it down from the previous one. It's going to have the clear error. If not validate, then return. Okay, then for the try block, await login of your email.trim and then 2 lowercase, and then pass on the password. Okay, So here I'm going to say const validate is going to be equals to a normal arrow function const new errors equals to, here we just have two things, either the email might be wrong or the password might be not according to the terms. So email is going to be of string, next password is going to be of string as well, equals to an empty object. So there should be a colon. Copied on the first one is going to be the same thing. Of E it's going to be new errors. That's the only change. Next is with respect to the checking of whether it is a valid email or not. Let's try to add that over here. Apart from that, I'm going to check if not of password, then new errors dot your password is going to be equals to your password is required. Okay, next I'm going to say else if your password dot length is less than 8, let's say, then your new errors dot password is going to be equals to minimum of 8 characters. Okay, that's it. Then I'm going to say set your errors to be of your new errors. Here I'm going to say return your object dot keys of your new errors, similarly as you have done previously, dot length is equals to 0. Okay, so that's pretty much it. So this part is complete. Alright, so now first of all, let's verify if at all the handle login is given, as well as for your handle register the on click should be given, or your on press. So for your touchable opacity, where it says create account, we need to say not create account, yeah, it is create account. So here it is gonna be your handle register. Let's give it over here. So on press, I'm gonna say handle register, save the file. And for your login screen, where we have the button that is login, we're gonna say not login, sign in, we're gonna give it handle login over here. Okay, so at this point, this is the one. I'm gonna say on press handle login. So yeah, let's try to save the file. Apart from that, I think everything is given. Let's try to give this a try. I'm gonna say name. Okay, so the input is wrong over here for register, same input is given. Let's make that change. There should be last name basically. Save. Okay, so I'm gonna say Sujan Satya, and for email address I'm gonna give my own email address. Let's enter a mobile number and let's verify if it is 10 digits. Yep, it is 10 digits. Let's add a password of 8 characters and let's try to create account. Make sure your backend is running. As you can see, your backend is there and your front end is also running. Okay, so I'm just going to add one endpoint that is not added, otherwise it might lead into issues. /me, I think we thought about to add it while writing the code for the auth service, so that one part is missing. Let me just look into that. So I think that is going to be present within your auth controller. Okay, we're just going to have a function known as async me, so that I'm going to add it within your auth controller file. So let's go ahead and then do that. So come back to controllers and then auth controller.ts. So right after your refresh method, you can add in your async me. It's going to take in your request that is going to be of your authenticated request. Import that, okay, from your types, and Prisma imported from the utils Prisma. So this is what we're going to do. So from Prisma, find the unique method, use that, and then from where this should match your ID, that's going to be requested user.user ID, and select all of these fields should be true. If not of user, send error, that is user is not found with a 404 message. If not, send success saying that user is fetched, and return that particular part to the front end. Okay, that's it. Let's try to save the file. The same thing we need to include it within our auth routes as well. So let's go ahead and then do that as well. So routes, auth.routes.ts. I'm going to say router dot your post. This is going to be your /me. Here I'm going to say authenticate, okay, because this requires authentication, and your auth controller dot me. So yeah, there is actually some kind of bug over here, so that's the reason we're not able to use it over here. So this is fine, you can take a look at it. So this function is working properly fine, but while importing it over here, that is within your routes, we do have a bug. We can import, but there is an error that's going to come. So this issue is with respect to your authentication request. It says property authorization does not exist on type headers. So if at all you check out this authenticated request, you need to import the request. We have not done that, so that's the reason it's kind of erroring out. So yes, make sure you import request from your Express. Okay, that's how even I've done the previous project as well. So yeah, I've missed that out, and now you can come back to your auth.controller.ts. I mean, not this one, auth.middleware. As you can see, there is no issue over here. Let's first of all import it within the routes over here. That is router.post. It is going to be /me auth controller dot me, and it's also going to have your authenticate method as well. That is the middleware. So let's try to save the file. Right, so yeah, as you can see, our backend is still running. So now let's actually verify if at all your register is working properly fine or not. We've already done this. Let's try to say create account. Okay, so it says, as you can see, new user is registered, but we are not able to log in. I mean, we are not able to navigate to your home. Not sure why. We do have something present over here. Okay, but essentially it should navigate on its own. So let's check out our register function over here, or your underscore layout of the main app. Not this one, your index.tsx. As you can see, if at all we do have the token, it should navigate. Let's check if at all the token value is present. Token, and then your token, save. Let's reload once. Okay, now it's working. As you can see, the token is present, but not sure why once when we registered, the navigation didn't work, because the token is going to be present and it should actually navigate without us trying to reload or do anything. But as you can see, now we are able to refresh and we are coming to the home screen. Now even if I reload now, we should stay on the home screen. As you can see, it's persistent because we do have the token value that is going to be present. Okay, let's save the file. So now this step is done. So now we can actually look into the seeding bit of it, because that was pending previously. So you can create a seed.ts within the backend folder, that is under Prisma folder. I'm going to say seed.ts. I'll be giving you the data, entire data for all of the 3 states. You're going to have your Karnataka, Maharashtra, and then Telangana. And under that, we're going to have all of your sublocations and the car details as well. So let's give it a minute. So there you go. I've just pasted in the entire seed.ts file. So it's a huge long list of file. So I'll be sending the entire file in the description. You can take a look at it and then you can use it as well. So as you can see, it has all of the information for all of the states and the sublocations. And we do also have mapped it with respect to the cars. As you can see, these are the car templates. We have the car name as well, your brand, model, which year, so your fuel type, your transmission, the number of seats available, and the kilometer limit per day, your price per hour, and your features for that specific car. And we have about 15-20 cars. It is a good chunk of cars for testing our application out. So here we have the main function basically. So first of all, whenever we run the main function, we are trying to clear the existing data. That is, we're going to clear all of the data present, and we're going to show the log message. And for each of the city data, we're going to just accumulate some cars within this with the help of the loops over here. Okay, such that every car is going to be present at least in some sublocation. Okay, so as you can see, initially we had your 2 to 3 cars with sublocation. I think now we're going to have 4 cars or 3 cars present per sublocation. That's the code for this. And here with the help of create many method, we're going to create that. And once everything is done, we're going to seed it with proper logging over here. Okay, so let's try to do that over here. So make sure you're into the backend and let's check out the command for it. Even I'm not sure. We have written it in the package.json. So it's going to be npx prisma db seed. Let's press on enter. Okay, my bad, not npx, is going to be npm run db seed. And boom, just like that, as you can see, starting seed cleared existing data, so nothing was present, so it just cleared that. It just showed that log, and then created city Bangalore, and then created sublocations for Bangalore along with the cars, then created city Mumbai, then created sublocations plus cars for Mumbai. Next, finally created city Hyderabad, and then created sublocations for Hyderabad along with the cars. As you can see, cities we have 3, sublocations is 25, total cars we have is 300. Okay, so yeah, this part is done, so we are good to go. So we can start designing your home page. That is going to look something like this. Okay, so home is going to look, so let's go into the home screen and then start designing that, where we have your home.tsx. that is this part. So here, first of all, I'm going to define a utility function that is going to be get greeting. If at all it's afternoon, morning, or evening, so accordingly we're gonna show the message. Okay, so I'm going to say function get greeting is going to be const h equals to your new date dot get hours. And here I'm going to check if at all your hours is less than 12, then it's going to say morning, because that's the morning time. Okay, next I'm going to check if at all your hours is less than 17, then I'm going to say return afternoon, and finally return evening if at all it doesn't match both of these cases. Let's write that properly. Okay, so this is going to say export default function home. All right, and over here, first of all, let's initialize some states and let's get some functions from the auth store that is already defined. I'm going to say const user, that's the user related information, is going to be equals to use auth store. Okay, and I think we also need to define the state for the booking store as well. Okay, so for that, before that, let's access all of the state we're going to use within this specific file. So const cities comma set cities is going to be equals to use state of type city. As you can see, we have already defined that within types, so just try to use that directly. Okay, not like this, within your parenthesis. Next is for your sublocations under those cities. So const sublocations comma set sublocations is going to be equals to your use state of type sublocation. Import that as well from your src types already defined previously. Initially a empty array over here. Okay, so next you're going to have it for the filtered sublocations as well as the set filtered sublocations. That also is going to be equals to use state empty array. Next is for loading of all of the cities. So const loading cities comma set loading cities is going to be equals to your use state of true. Okay, so you can actually check out your details that is in the backend. If at all all of these details have been filled or not, you can use the npx prisma db studio command, and then you can check out the studio over there with all of the informations. I've already shown you how to do that. You can again check it out. Okay, so next, apart from this, we're going to have it for your loading sublocations. Okay, That's going to be happening over here. Next, we're going to have it for the sub search. I'm going to say const sub search comma set sub search equals to use state. All right. Next is for two models that we're going to have, that is show city model as well as your show sub model. So I'm going to say set show city model equals to use state of false. Next, I'm going to say const show sub model comma set show sub model equals to use state. Again, it's going to be false. Next, we're going to have all of the states for the start time, set start time, end time, set end time, and the design to show your picker part. That is once they press on, city, as well as your timing part, you need to show those designs. So we're going to have the states for that. Okay. So we need to define this tomorrow as well as the day after. So const tomorrow is going to be equals to your new date. I'm going to set tomorrow dot your set date. I'm going to say tomorrow dot get date plus 1, so increment it by 1 to get the next day, and tomorrow dot set hours, that is going to be this one. Okay, so we're going to start at 10, so that's the reason it's going to be showing 10 a.m. and then 10 a.m. So that's the reason we have to write it just like that. Okay, next is going to be for the day after. So const day after is going to be equals to new date. This is going to refer to tomorrow basically. So I'm going to say new date of tomorrow. Okay, next I'm going to say your day after dot set date to be of, again similarly, your day after dot get date plus 1. Okay, that's it. These are the required states as of now. So we can just look into the basic part of the return block, and we also need to write the use booking store. So we can try to query all of the required items, or even the backend part is also to be written. So safe area view for this, I'm going to give it a class name that is going to be flex of 1, and then bg of 0a 0a and then 0f. Safe. As you can see, just like that, the background got changed. So next we're going to have basically is your scroll view. Import that from React Native. For this I'm going to say show vertical scroll indicator, and I'm going to set it to be false. Okay, next content container style is going to be equals to padding bottom of 40. Okay, next I'm going to say view over here. Within that I'm going to have one more view, so make sure to import your view from React Native. All right, next we're going to show the greeting message. As you can see, we have that over there, so make sure to import text as well from React Native. So here I'm going to say good and then get greeting function, so accordingly it's going to show the message based on whatever time it is. So for the topmost view, class name, it needs to be in a row fashion. So flex of row, items of center, justify between, some internal spacing, px of 6, pt of 6, and then pb of 8. So for your inner view, I'm going to pass on, okay, there is no styling for this. For the text, I'm going to say text of this color code, that is 9494AB or 4A8. Okay, next I'm going to say text is going to be of SM, font is going to be semi bold, and your tracking is going to be of 3 pixels. All right, next I'm going to say uppercase, MB is going to be of 1. Save the file. As you can see, since now it's evening, you're able to see good evening over there. Okay, next let's try to show the user information with whatever we logged in. The same thing should be shown over there. Having a text, and it's going to say user dot your first name As you can see, as soon as I type the dot, all the required details are being shown, which is good. Fix to the TypeScript part. Next, user dot your last name as well, and then save. Okay, so now for your text, I'm going to pass on the design. So class name, it's going to be text of white and your font of bold. Text is going to be 3XL. There you go, just like that. As you can see, all of the designs is being shown correctly fine with the correct name. So yep, this part is done. So now below this view, I'm going to have a touchable opacity. Import that from React Native. Here having a text which is going to say user dot your first name of 0 dot to uppercase, which was the first character of the user's name. All right, your class name for this, it's going to have a width of 14 and then a height of 14 as well. Rounded is going to be 2XL. BG is going to be E8 500A, and items is going to be of center. Justify is going to be of center as well. Okay, for the text, I'm going to say class name, or we can give some internal styling for this. So style, color is going to be white, and font size of, let's say, 20. Font weight is going to be of bold. As you can see, just like that, that design is looking pretty cool. So we can move on to the next step, that is going to be your banner design. Okay, so that's going to happen right below this piece of view. Let's have in a view over here, having one more piece of view, another view as well, having a text which is going to say self drive, and below this view we're going to have a text which is going to say where to today. Class name, I think we are not able to see that onto the screen, but let's style it out so that we could see it onto the screen. Text of white, font is going to be bold, text of 4XL, leading is going to be tight, and a MB of 2 over here. Okay, and for this specific view, I'm going to say class name, it's going to have a BG of E8500A. Okay, apart from that, I'm going to say self of start, rounded is going to be full, PX of 4, PY of 1.5, and MB of 5 as well. Okay, and for the text which says self drive, it's going to be in white color, so I'm going to say text of white. Apart from that, text of XS. Okay, font is going to be of bold, and your tracking is going to be of widest, uppercase as well. Save. As you can see, just like that, that design is looking pretty cool. So now for the outermost design, let's give some padding and some other styles as well. You can look into it. MX of 6, rounded is going to be 3XL. BG is going to be this color code, 13 and then 131A. It's going to have a border, and then border of this color code, that is 222 and then E. Overflow is going to be hidden. MB is going to be of 8. Okay, for this, some internal spacing, class name, padding of 6. There you go, just like that, our design is looking pretty neat over here. Okay, so now let's try to show the stats row that we have, that is 3 cities we have, and locations is going to be 75, cars is going to be about 150 plus. Okay, so that's going to happen right below this view, having a view over here. So I'm basically going to get the data over here. You can try to take a look at it. So over here, for every stat and your index, let's try to render a view over here. I think we do have one bracket missing. Yeah, we can add that later. So within the view, I'm going to have 2 pieces of text. One is going to show your stat, dot your value. Next, it's gonna be your stat dot your label. Let's pass on the design for both of these. So text of white, and then font of bold, text of 2XL, MB of 0.5. Okay, here I'm going to say text of this color code, that is 5A, 5A, and then 72. Apart from that, I'm going to say text of SM and font is medium. And for this specific view, first of all, I'm going to pass on the key, that is going to be equals to I, and I've added the remaining design as well. So for the top design, that is for the topmost view, flex of row, border of top, and then border of this color code. And here check the condition. We are going to have a conditional styling over here. So give it a flex of 1, py of 5, item center, and if at all your index value is less than 2, we're going to have border right, else it is going to be empty itself. Save. As you can see, just like that, we're able to see that, but I don't think it's correctly aligned with this one because I've added this below another view. This should come onto the upper view itself. Alright, so there you go. That design is looking pretty crisp and clean. That's good. So we can move on to the next part. Okay, so I think for this we need to show the cities part as well. So for this we need to write your backend part, that is to get the cities as well. So let's create a service known as your cities.service.ts file within the backend, and after that we can come back to the store and then initialize some functions, and we can call that over here. And once that's called, we can look into the design, and after that we can look into the design of the models to choose the specific city as well as the specific sub location. So now where we have your services, that is over here, I'm going to say new service cities.service.your.ts. So first of all, I'm going to say export const your cities service is going to be equals to first function async get all cities. Okay, and here I'm going to say return your prisma.city, import prisma from your utilities itself, like just like before. I'm going to say prisma.city.find many. So let's pass on the where operator. So this should basically match your is active, that is going to be true. Okay, next over here let's also pass on the select option, suggesting that all of these values should be coming, that is id is going to be equals to true. Next we're going to have is for the name, that is going to be true as well. Apart from that, your state true, underscore count, that is going to be again select, sub locations is going to be equals to true. And we're also going to do a order by as well. So here I'm going to say order by name, that is going to be in your ascending order. That's it. So now let's write it for the get sub locations. That's the next step. Add a comma over here and async get sub locations of city id, and that's going to be of type string. Okay, so first of all I'm going to get the city information. So const city is going to be equals to await prisma, go into the city model and basically find unique, where this should match your id, that is going to be equals to your city id. Okay, so check the condition stating that if at all not of city, then I'm going to say throw new error of a city is not found. Next here I'm going to say return your prisma dot sublocation dot find many. Here I'm going to say where your city id comma is active is going to be true. Okay, let's also pass on the select option over here with all of those fields, just like the before one. It's going to be similar. I'm just going to add it over here. Let's give a format once. Okay, so apart from this, I'm again going to say order by, name is going to be ascending. Save. So that's pretty much it. We can get back to your cities controller.ts and then let's start writing the code for that. So come back to your controllers. I'm going to say cities dot controller dot your ts. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to say export const cities controller equals to, I'm going to say async get cities request of type request. So make sure to import that from your Express. We're also going to import two more things, there is a response and then next function. So let's go and then add it over here. Okay, so request of type request, response of your response, comma next is going to be of your next function. Let's try to have a try catch block. So try and then catch of error. Here I'm just going to say next of error. Alright, within the try block, I'm going to say const cities equals to await your cities service dot call the get all cities method. If at all this is done, next step is to send the success message from the types imported, and I'm going to have the result and your cities message, which is going to say cities fetched and your cities. So that's pretty much it. So now let's move to the next function, that is going to be get sublocations. So I'm going to say get sub locations. It's going to be of your request of type request, comma response of type response, comma your next, that is going to be of your next function. Okay, so let's try to have a try catch block. So catch of error. Okay, here I'm going to check if at all your error is an instance of error and your error dot message equals to city is not found. Then I'm gonna use the send error imported from types of your result, comma city not found with a 404 message. Okay, then try to return it over here. That's it, and here we can say next of error, just like how we did it previously. So within the try block now, again whatever we did over here, we're just going to do it for the next function, that is going to be get sublocations. So this is going to take in a method that's going to be your city ID. Okay, so const city ID equals to your request.params. That's how we access your city ID as a string. Next, your sublocations equals to await access your cities service dot go into the get sublocations and then access the city ID. Alright, next I'm going to say send success, pass on the result, and over here I'm going to say sublocation is fetched, and I'm going to pass on the sublocations. Let's try to save the file. So this part is done. So now let's create your route, that is going to be cities.routes.ts. It's going to be pretty simple. So come back to the routes folder. I'm going to say new route, cities.routes.ts. Import the required things onto the top over here, just like this. And I'm going to say router.get. It is just going to be /. Here we're going to say cities controller.get cities. Next, router.get with respect to your dynamic city ID / your sublocations. This is going to be your cities controller.get sublocations. Let's try to export the default router and save the file. So yes, that's pretty much it. So now we can come back to your frontend folder, and over there we can check out your services. And then let's write two simple helper functions for the services onto the front end part. So here auth we have written, we need to do that similarly for the cities. Okay, so I'm going to say cities dot service dot ts. Okay, here I'm going to say export const city service equals to first method async get cities. Here I'm going to say promise of city, import that from types basically. Okay, here I'm going to first of all initialize my result. I'm going to say const result equals to await your API dot get, import API from your lib Axios dot get method, that is going to be / your cities. Okay, next I'm going to say return your result dot data dot your data. Similarly, the final function for the get sublocations, so async get sublocations. This is going to take in a city ID of type string. It's going to be of type promise sublocation, import that from your types. Okay, and over here I'm going to say const result is going to be equals to await API.get method again. It's going to be mix of backticks / cities / your city ID, that's going to be dynamic, and it's going to be / your sublocations. Okay, so that's pretty much it. So here I'm going to say return your result dot your data dot data. Save the file. Now one change we need to make is we need to look into the routes. I mean, routes is done, so routes index needs to be changed with one line, that is the cities should be initialized. That is not yet done, only auth is there. So head back to the backend folder, and where we have your routes v1 index.ts, here import your city routes. So I'm going to say import cities routes from your / cities dot routes. Okay, here similarly I'm going to say router.use / your cities and then your cities routes. Save the file. Let's verify the backend. No more issues. It's currently running fine. Now we are good to go. So now let's go and then write the booking store. That's the final store we have for the global management part. It's pretty simple. So let's go and then complete that first into the front end part. So where we have the auth.store.ts, let's create a booking.store.ts, booking.yourstore.ts. So now let's have in a couple of methods. What we are going to use in your main is in your main homepage is your set city as well as a set car and a set sublocation, but we're going to have some interfaces as well. Let's write all of those. So here I'm going to say interface booking draft. I'm going to say city, that is going to be city or null. Import your city. I think this is already defined from the types. Import it. Next I'm going to say sublocation, that is going to be of sublocation or null. Car, that is going to be of car or your null. Next I'm going to say your start time for the booking, what it's going to be. It's going to be of type date or null. Similarly for the end time, that is going to be of date or null. Okay, so I'm going to define my interface booking, how exactly it's going to look. It's going to have a couple of methods: your draft, your set city method, your set sublocation, your set car, set times, and then reset draft. You can take a look at it. Next is with respect to your empty draft, how exactly it's going to look. So const empty draft, that is going to be of your booking draft equals to, so initially your city is going to be null, your sublocation is going to be null as well, car is going to be null, start time is going to be null, your end time is going to be null as well. Okay, now let's try to export our booking store. So I'm going to say export const use booking store equals to your create So we can import the create method from Zustand. That is just like this. So this create method is going to be of type, it's going to have a type of booking store. That is the one that we just defined. Taking your set method, that's what is required. And over here we're going to have your draft initially, that is going to be of empty draft. Okay, next we're going to have your set city, that's going to take in the city and it's going to set it. Okay, so I'm going to say set whatever is the previous value, have that. And over here I'm going to say your draft is going to be whatever is there within your store draft, and add in your city. Your sublocation is going to be null and your car is also going to be null. Okay, so next we're going to have is for your set sublocation. Again, it's going to be pretty similar. I'm going to add the code for that. It's going to come over here, you can take a look at it. Okay, next we're going to have is for the set car. So I'm going to say set car method. This in turn is going to take in the car info. Again, use the set, take in the value, and then draft. We're going to say your s.draft comma that specific car, add it. Next is for your set times. This in turn is going to take in your start time as well as your end time. Here we're going to say set again, add in the draft. It's going to be include whatever is there within the draft with the help of the rest operator, s.draft comma your start time and then your end time. So final method we have is your reset draft. Okay, so here we're just gonna set the draft to be of your empty draft. So just try to call the set method and initialize the draft to be of your empty draft. So format once and then you can try to save the file. So yeah, I think we can come back to your home.tsx and then we can look into the remaining part of the design, and we need to initialize it for the loading cities as well. And we also need to initialize the load cities method. So come back to your home.tsx, that is this one. I mean, not this one, this is the file. Here I'm going to say const load cities equals to a async function. Here I'm going to have in my try catch block. So try catch of error. I'm going to say console.error of your error, and I'm going to say finally block as well, set loading cities to be of false. Within try block, it's pretty simple. I'm going to say const data equals to await your cities service. Make sure to import it from the front end part. As you can see, this is the one and this is the backend one. I mean, this is the backend one, this is the front end one. Import that dot get cities. Okay, and then set cities to be of your data. Alright, so that's it. So first of all, let's try to initialize the user effect and then call the method. Import user effect. So it's going to run on the initial mount as soon as this specific screen loads. I'm going to call the load cities method over here. Okay, save the file. No more issues in the front end as well. Yeah, so we should have all of the cities loaded. So now the next step is to design your plan your ride. That's going to be your booking form card. All right, so let's scroll down a bit, and below this specific view, having a view, this in turn is going to have a text which is going to say plan your ride. So having a text over here, it's going to say text of white, font of bold, text of 2XL, MB of 6. Okay, and for the view, I'm going to say class name MX of 6, BG of 1313 and then 1A. Rounded is going to be 3XL. It's going to have a border, and then border is going to be of this specific color code. some internal spacing padding of 5 and then MB of 6. Save the file. As you can see, just like that, we're able to see the plan your ride text. Next is to show your city design, which is going to say select city. So having a touchable opacity, having a view, outermost view, this in turn is going to have a text which is going to say city. Pass on your class name for this, text of 9494 and then A8. Text of XS, font is going to be bold, tracking is going to be widest, uppercase, MB of 2. So for the view, let's pass on the class name MB of 4, save. Okay, so yeah, below this text I'm going to say your touchable opacity. Here I'm going to have a view. Within that, I'm going to first of all check if at all your draft is present. So that draft is going to be coming from your state, that is from the use bookstore, that is the one which we just defined. Let's try to get in all of these values first. So const your draft, comma set city, comma your set sub location, comma set times is going to be equals to your use booking store. Okay, so with the help of this information itself, that is a draft, which is obviously empty at the initial point, because as you can see over here, your draft is empty draft. It's going to be of this type. So for every part over here, we're going to set that specific state. Okay, so let's say if the user presses on city, we're going to set the draft.city with some value, that is whatever the user has chosen. Let's say if they select a sub location under that specific city, let's say with respect to this design, let's say under Hyderabad, let's say they select Banjara Hills, that is going to be selected. So that's why we've written s.draft and then include a sub location and then the car is going to be null. Okay, pretty self-understanding. So come back over here. So here within the view, we're going to have a self-enclosing view. I'm going to add the design for that. You can take a look at it. Save. So that's basically for that dot kind of design. All right. Next, I'm going to have a text. I'm going to check if at all your draft dot your city dot name is present. Show that, else it's going to be your select city. As you can see, select city is being shown over here because the city is not yet present, okay, or it's not selected. So class name, make use of backticks over here. Text is going to be of LG, font of semi bold. Here I'm going to check if at all your draft.city is present. Text is going to be white color. Okay, else over here I'm going to say text is going to be 5A 5A and then 72, 5A 5A and then 72. So save. There you go, select city. That's looking good. So for your touchable opacity, I'm going to add the style for it. You can take a look at it. That is going to be just like this. Save. As you can see, that's looking pretty clean. So for the view, it needs to be in a row fashion, as you can see, with respect to this design. So let's say class name flex of row items of center. Just like that, that's looking pretty neat. And below the specific view, if at all your loading cities is true, question mark, we're going to show a activity indicator from React Native. Else it's just going to be a text which is going to say a right arrow. I'm just going to add that as well. For the activity indicator, size is going to be equals to small. Color is going to be this specific color code. Okay, that is E85 and then 00A. Save the file. Now it should not show because the cities are already loaded. So you can add that arrow over here. That is just like this. It's a small right arrow. So save. That is with respect to this one. Okay. So yeah, this part is done. We can look into the next design. That is going to be with respect to the select pickup point. Okay, for that specific city. So let's try to just modify this itself. Let's see how exactly it looks. Save the file. As you can see, for this I'm going to give it MB of 6. Okay, text instead of city, I'm going to say pickup point. Save the file. Okay, so I think I forgot to add the, okay, no, this is correct. So yeah, let's continue designing. So after the text, for your touchable opacity, here we're going to have your disabled. So this is going to be disabled if at all not of draft.city. If at all the city is not present, this is going to be disabled. Okay, next, class name, I think it's pretty much the same with minute changes. I'll be adding that, you can take a look at it. Okay, so just one conditional styling stating that if at all not of draft.city, it is going to be in this color code. That is a slightly lesser opacity, as you can see. Since your city is not chosen over here in this field, this is going to be kind of disabled or with a lesser opacity design. Else this design and then or this one. Okay, so this part is done. Apart from that, here we're going to say draft dot your sublocations, and with respect to this piece of text, here also we're going to say draft dot your sublocation dot name, not city. This also is going to say draft dot sublocation, and here I'm going to pass on number of lines is going to be equals to 1. Here for loading cities, it's going to be loading subs. And below the touchable opacity, if at all your draft dot sublocation is present with the text, go ahead and then show that specific address part as well. Okay, so yeah, this design is complete. So now the next part is we're going to have a slide divider that's going to be coming right below this specific view. That's in a self-enclosing view. You can add it. As you can see, just like that, the divider got added. So next we're going to design your next bit, that is your date time picker. So let's say once they press on any of the dates, they can select the dates in future. So for that, we're going to use a dependency that is going to be called as React Native Community Date Picker. And let's design all of that part as well. So let's, go ahead and then install that package, that is React Native Community Date Picker. You can install it using Expo itself, that is npx expo install or yarn add this specific package. You can take a look at it and then you can install. Okay, so after this, you're going to start designing this. So after the divider, you're going to have a text which says rental period. So let me just add that specific part over here. So text, I'm going to say rental period. Let's try to have the design for this. So initially, text of this color code, that is 9494A8, and apart from that, I'm going to say text of XS, font of bold, tracking is going to be widest, and then uppercase MB of 4. Save. As you can see, that design is being shown correctly fine. Next, let's set up the design for the pickup and then the return design. Okay, so below your text, having a outer view, within that a touchable opacity, which is going to say a text, which is going to say pickup. Okay, so for the touchable opacity, I'm going to say class name, give it a flex of 1, bg of 0a, 0a and then 0f. I'm going to say border, I'm going to say border 5 2s and then a e. It is going to be rounded up to XL. Some internal spacing of padding, that's 4. Save. As you can see, just like that, it's looking pretty good. So now for your text, I'm going to pass on the class name. So it's going to have this piece of styling. You can take a look at it and save. As you can see, we're able to see that pickup with this specific code. Okay, so now we're going to have a helper function that's going to be format date of the start time as well as the start time. I'll just be adding that. So below your text over here, we're going to have one more text which is going to say format date of your start time. Start time is already defined, you can take a look at it. This is your start time, that is going to be equals to of tomorrow. Okay, so next here I'm going to say one more part, that is going to be format date of start time. So first of all, let's give the function that is format time what exactly it's going to do. Okay, I think my bad, there's format date and then format time. Let me just verify that. Yeah, the first one is going to be format date, yeah, and the second one is going to be format time. So that was the issue, so just change that. Let's define both of these onto the top over here. So I'm going to say const format date is going to be equals to, it's going to take in your date, and over here I'm going to say d dot to local date string English India, pass on the day, that is going to be 2-digit, and month, that is going to be short. Similarly, for format time we're going to do something similar. So const format time equals to it's going to be d, that is going to be of type date, and here I'm going to say d dot to local date time string of your Indian English again, and here I'm going to say properly what is your hour, that is going to be 2-digit, your minute, that is going to be 2-digit as well, and hour 12, that is going to be equals to true. Okay, so next I'll be adding some mathematical calculations for your total number of hours and then the total number of days with the help of mat.round and then the math.seal. We'll be using that while designing further, so just try to add it over here. Go ahead and then save the file. Okay, so now let's come back over there and then let's try to give the design for your text over here. Okay, so class name, this is gonna have a text of white and then a font of bold, and then let's say a text of 2XL, MB of 1. For this one I'm going to say class name, text of this color code, that is 9494 and then A8. Okay, apart from that I'm going to say text of SM, then I'm going to say font is going to be of medium. Let's try to save, and boom, just like that. As you can see, that design is looking pretty good. So it's going to be 27th June, today is 26th June, and it is going to be showing 10 a.m. because we have mentioned it to start from 10 a.m. in the code. Okay, you can verify that over here. So this is what 10 does. Okay, so once you change over here, even it's going to change the time like 10:15 or 10:20 based on whatever you entered over here. But we wanted to start from 10 a.m. so that's the reason it's correctly showing from 10 a.m. Okay, so this part is done. So next is your arrow design that's going to come up. I'm going to add that just below your touchable opacity, that is like this. Save. As you can see, just like that, it's being shown correctly fine. I think this should come in between, but yeah, once I give the design to the flex, once I give the design to your view, that is the flex container, it is going to show properly. So let's say class name over here, give it a flex container, so flex of row, and then MV of 4. I'm going to give some internal styling, that is going to be padding, not padding, gap of 10. Okay, there you go, that's working properly fine. Once I add the next touchable opacity, it is going to show up properly fine, that is with respect to this design over here. So I'm just going to copy this down entirely. It's going to be something similar itself. So below the view, I'm going to have one more touchable opacity. Here instead of pickup, it is going to say return. So here I'm going to say return, save the file, and boom, just like that. As you can see, this is looking pretty neat and good as well. So yeah, this is fine. So now next let's try to change the color for duration. I think it should be in a different color code. Let me add that over here. Okay, I think it's green over there, so let me just say directly text green of some specific shade. Yeah, as you can see, that's looking pretty good. So yeah, this part is complete. Apart from that, over here we're going to show total days of, okay, my bad, I think I'm looking into the wrong code. Just 1 minute, I'll be adding the correct one over here. So this is for basically the duration batch, that is with respect to this one. So yeah, that's the reason some other code came. Let's add this one, save. As you can see, we had to use format date of end time and then format date of end time. So I mean, this is format date, yeah, and this is format time. So as you can see, it is showing correctly fine, that is 28th of June. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. We can move on to the next step, that is to show your duration batch. So it's going to happen right below this specific view. So yeah, let's go ahead and then design that bit. So we're gonna have a outer view basically for this. Let's have it just like this. Within that, one more text which is going to say duration over here. Save the file. As you can see, we're able to see that onto the screen. So now for your text, class name, text of this color code, that is 94 and then 94A8. okay, apart from that, I'm going to say text of base, font of medium, and here let's pass on the view. Within that, one more piece of view. Within that, we're going to have a text which is going to say total days, that is the one which we just defined, of then D, capital D. Save. And then next, you're going to have one more view which is going to have a text which is going to say total hours of H over here. Okay, class name for this, it's going to have a text of this color code, that is 00D and then 4AA, right, text of SM and then font of bold. Okay, for the outermost view, let's say class name, I'm going to say BG hashtag 00D and then 4AA20. It's going to have a rounded of XL, okay, and then a PX of 4, PY of 1.5. Let's try to save. There you go, that's looking good. So pretty much similar styling I'm going to give it to the upper view, and then the text, you can take a look at it. Save the file. That's looking nice. So now for the entire view, I'm going to pass on the styling, and for this as well, this needs to be in a row basically. So class name, I'm going to say flex of row, items of center, and style gap of 8. That's looking fine. So for the view, class name, BG is going to be this color code, that is 0A, 0A and then 0F. okay, I'm going to say border. Next, I'm going to say border is going to be a 5 2s and then a E. Alright, next I'm going to say rounded is going to be 2XL, PX of 4, PY of 4 as well. Next, I'm going to say flex is going to be of row, items of center, justify is going to be between, and then a MB of 6. Save. As you can see, just like that, that design is looking pretty neat. So now the next step is to show a design for select city and then location. So we can try to design that. So that's going to be coming right below your view over here. We're going to have a outer touchable opacity. Within that, a text which is going to say can search. I don't think for this the state has been defined, so let me just add that over here. So if at all not of draft.city and not of draft.sublocation, the can search is going to be true or false. Okay, with the help of that, we're going to have the state. So just try to add it over here just like this. So can search is going to be equals to not of draft.city and not of your draft.sublocation. So here come back and then search, saying that if at all your can search is present, then here I'm going to say search available cars wrong spelling. Okay, else I'm gonna say select city and then location. So select city and location. Okay, so yeah, let's start styling this out with the help of the text over here. First of all, class name, make use of backticks. I'm gonna say font is gonna be of bold, text of base, and then tracking is gonna be, you know, widest, uppercase. Here I'm gonna say can search if it is true, it's gonna be text white. Okay, else I'm gonna say text of a different color code. So I'm gonna say text of 5a and then 5a and then 7.2. Right, so now for your touchable opacity, it's gonna have a class name. First of all, disabled. So for disabled, it's gonna be, you know, not of can search, and then active opacity I'm gonna pass in, that's gonna be 0.85. Next I'm gonna say class name. Here make use of backticks. I'm gonna say rounded of 2xl, py of 5, items of center. Here I'm gonna say can search, then it's gonna be bg of e85 and then 00a. Okay, else here I'm gonna say bg of this color code, that is 1c 1c and then 26. Let's try to, you know, save the file. Okay, so I think they should come just within the view above, as you can see. Copy that down and then add it over here. There you go, that's looking good. Okay, I think over here the bg is wrong, so it's not being applied, so just add a bracket properly. Yeah, as you can see, since we have no values present, it is disabled. Once it is present, it should be able to show all of the required things. Okay, next is with respect to your cities showing, that is your Bengaluru, Hyderabad and then Mumbai. Okay, so let's first of all verify if at all your loading cities is present. Okay, set loading cities, as you can see it's already done, so we can start designing this bit as well. Come back over here, check the condition. So come back over here, and then over here I'm going to say if not of loading cities and if at all your cities dot your length is greater than 0, which means if at all your loading is not present, if it is false, and if at all we have some cities, that is if at all its length is greater than 0, and I'm gonna, you know, go ahead and then show a view over here. So the first thing we have is a method, a text, which is going to say quick select. Let's pass on the class name for this, text of white, font is going to be bold, text is going to be 2xl, px of 6, mb of 4. Okay, and over here I'm going to say class name mb of 6. Save the file. As you can see, that's looking pretty good. So now let's make use of a scroll view and then let's start to design this. So scroll view, having a view and map over the cities that we have. So cities to map. For every city, I'm gonna go and then show a touchable opacity, pass on the text, that is going to be your city dot name. Next, city dot count dot your sublocations, how much ever is present, that's how we access it. So text, access the city, go into the dot count, and then as you can see, sublocations is automatically coming because it's entirely mapped like this in the backend. Okay, so for your scroll view, I'm going to pass on the options. Horizontal, show horizontal scroll indicator is going to be false. Class name, that is going to be equals to px of 6. Okay, for the view, I'm going to say class name, give it a flex of row, pass on a style that is going to be a gap of 12. Save the file. For the touchable opacity, let's provide in the key that is going to be your city dot your ID. So currently we're not able to see anything. First of all, let's design it for your city. Okay, I'm going to pass on the design first of all for the sub location, and later I'm going to add it for the city. You can take a look at it. It's going to be based on a conditional styling. So this is the style. You can take a look at the entire style. Save the file. As you can see, just like that, we're able to see the numbers. So 25 for Bangalore, 25 for Mumbai, and then 25 for Hyderabad. So here again, class name, make use of backticks, font of bold, text of base. Here I'm going to say draft.city dot your ID. If it is equals to your city.id. Okay, then it's gonna be your text white, else it is gonna be text white itself. Save. There you go, just like that. The design is looking pretty neat. Let's pass on design for the touchable opacity and it should look properly fine. So yeah, class name over here, make use of backticks again. So px of 5, py of 4, rounded is going to be to xl. Alright, it's going to have a slide border. Check the condition stating that if all your draft.city dot your id, if it is equals to your city.id, if that's true, then it's going to be bg, this color code. I'll just be adding that along with the border as well. It's going to be this code. Okay, else I'm going to come back over here and then add it over here. It is going to be this code. Save. So yeah, I think the locations text is missing over here. Add it. Save the file. Yeah, so that's looking pretty neat. And next, finally, we're going to have one button which is going to say my bookings. So below this piece of design, I'm going to say touchable opacity, have an outer view. Within that, two pieces of text which is going to say my bookings, and below that a text which is going to say view active and past writes over here. Save. First of all, let's pass it on to the text. I'm going to say class name, give it a text of white, and then font of bold, text of XL, and then MB of 1. Pass on the class name over here, that is going to be text 5A, and then 7-2. You can take a look at this design. Text is going to be of base, and font is going to be of medium. Save the file. As you can see, that design is being shown properly fine. Below that, we're going to have one more piece of view, that is basically the right arrow button. I'll be adding that over here. You can take a look at it. As you can see, that is for your orange color button. So now for your touchable opacity, let's pass on the design. Class name, I'm going to say mx of 6 over here. bg is going to be equals to 13, 13, and then 1a. Next, I'm going to say border. Here I'm going to say border 5 2s and then an e. Apart from that, I'm going to say rounded is going to be 3xl. Some internal spacing padding of 5, and then a flex of row, and then items of center. Justify is going to be of between. Okay, let's try to save. There you go. Just like that, our home screen design is looking pretty neat and clean. So yeah, this part is complete. So now next, we can start designing the next part of the design. So let's just scroll up over here. Okay, so for some reason, the user details are not being shown. So let's actually check where exactly is the issue. So let's just try to log the user information because it's showing empty. So user and then your user. Okay, so currently your user is null. Let's see why exactly it's null. And let's actually fix this issue up. Let's come back to the main index.tsx. As you can see, we are calling it over here. Let's verify for all we do have a token, otherwise it should push us to the next screen. So token over here and then your token. It should actually push us to your onboarding or login. Save. Let's try to reload once. Okay, so we do have the token. That's the reason it's showing the home screen, but not sure why. Your /me is not being called, correct? Okay, so in the logs I'm not able to see the data. Let me just fix this up. Let me check my previous code once. Okay, so here as you can see, I just added some logs and we're able to see that token is expired. But even the token is expired, your load user is returning early. So let's make some fix over here within your underscore layout .tsx, that is to the main, not underscore layout, your index.tsx. I'm going to add this piece of code. So first of all, you're going to check the store state. If load user failed, then user will still be null. Okay, and if user is present, then they navigate to your main home. And if at all your token was invalid, expired or got cleared, show the login, else show your onboarding. Save. Now if I reload, the way it should work is it should show your login over there. So let's try to reload and boom, just like that. As you can see, that's working properly fine. So now let's try to again log in with the same email which we gave. Okay, I think I remember the email. Let's see. And your password. Sign in. Okay, I think that's the wrong password. So let's actually run this command, that is npm run your DB Studio. So let's verify which email is already registered. Okay, my bad. So I think I was referring to this particular value. So I think this is the one which is registered. So let's copy this one. I was entering the wrong email. And then now I think it should work. I hopefully remember the password. Let's see. At gmail.com, sign in, and boom. Just like that, as you can see, it's working fine. We're able to see the design as well as your user as well. So yeah, this is good. So now the next step is we are going to show the model part. Okay, that is for your city as well as the sub locations as well. So first of all, let's start to design that. Come back to your home.tsx. That is going to be over here. Okay, and below the scroll view, I'm going to have the design that is going to be for the model. Import model from React Native, and then let's first of all verify if at all your show city model and all those details are present. Yeah, as you can see, your show city model as well as the show sub model is there. We can start using that and then we can start implementing this. So when the user presses on the select city, we need to enable the model that is set it to be true. So let's go ahead and then do that. Okay, so yeah, where we have the booking form card and where it says city, let's make that change. Yep, this is the one. So for this specific touchable opacity, I'm going to say on press, taking a function here, I'm going to say set show city model to be of true. Let's scroll completely down. So for the model, I'm going to pass on few options. Visible is going to be equals to your show city model, and then animation type, that is going to be equals to slide. it's going to be transparent, and then on request close, this is going to be your set show city model of your false. Okay, let's have a view over here. Within this, we're going to have one more view basically, and I'm going to have a self enclosing view for this with the design. You can take a look at it. Below this, I'm going to have a text which is going to say select city. Once I design this, I can look into the design of the model, how exactly it's looking. So for the select city text, I'm going to say class name, text of white, font of bold, text of 2XL, px of 6, and then a mb of 6. Save. For the outermost view, I'm going to pass on the design. It's going to have, a flex of 1, and then justify of end, bg black by 60. For this specific view, I'm going to say class name, bg is going to be 1313 and then 1a. Next, I'm going to say rounded is going to be top of 3XL, pt of 5, pb of 10. Let's press on select city, and there you go. Just like that, we're able to see the bottom model being shown correctly fine. So this is looking nice. So below the text, let's try to map over the cities. I'm going to say cities dot map for every city, and then let's try to show a touchable opacity over here. Okay, so within this touchable opacity, let's try to have a view. Within this view, I'm going to have a text, and below this we're going to have one more piece of text which is going to show your city dot underscore count dot sublocations, and then your text which is going to say pick up points. This is going to show your city dot name basically. So city dot your name. For this piece of text, class name, it's going to have a text of this color code, that is 5a and then 72. Alright, next text of sm, font of medium, mt is going to be 0.5. And I'm going to add the design for the city.name. You can take a look at it. So that's the entire design. It's going to have a conditional design. So save. As you can see, just like that, we have all of the 3 city names that's being shown correctly fine. So for the touchable opacity, I'm going to pass on the key that is going to be equals to your city dot your id. Alright. Next, I'm going to say on press, that is going to be equals to handle select city. I think we can write this later. Class name, so yeah, make use of backticks. Okay, and I'm going to say flex of row, item center, justify of between, px of 6, py of 4, mx of 4, rounded of 2xl, mb of 3, and I'm going to check the condition stating that if at all your draft dot city dot your id, if it is equals to your city dot id, then we're going to have this piece of design. I'm going to be adding that. It's going to have a bg, and then it's going to have a border, just like how we have done previously. So just try to add in that. Else over here, I'm going to say else, come back to the next line, and then add the remaining piece of the border as well as the background design. That is going to look something like this. Okay, you can take a look at it. Let's try to save the file. As you can see, just like that, we are able to see the design properly. Once you press on outside, it should close. So for that, we need to set it for the model on request close, or I think there is a on back press, something like that. Is this on touch cancel? I think in the Android button, so I think in the Android you can just press on the back button and then it should be closed. So set show city model to be of false. Okay, not sure why that's not working. I think once when we press on the city we can close that. I think that could be done. So yeah, come back to the reachable opacity. Here I'm going to say on press, taking a function, and I'm going to say handle select city of that specific city. So handle select city of your city. Let's go ahead and then define the handle select city onto the top over here. Okay, so here I'm going to say const handle select city is going to be equals to use callback hook. It's going to have a async method of city and then the city. So I think this expects your dependency array. That's the reason it's erroring out. So here I'm going to pass on a empty dependency array. Okay, so first of all I'm going to say set city to be of that specific city, whatever was chosen by the user, and then first of all close the model, that is set show city model to be of false. Apart from that, I'm also going to say set loading subs to be of true, and then set sub search to be of a empty string. Add that and having a try and then catch block. Here we're gonna get the sub locations. So try and then catch of your error. I'm gonna say console.error of that specific error, and finally I'm gonna say set your loading sub locations to be of false. Having a try block, and then const data is going to be equals to await your city service dot call the get sub locations. This is going to take in the city ID if you would remember. So I'm going to say city dot your ID. Once that's done, I'm going to say set sub locations to be of your data. Okay, and then set filtered subs to be of your data as well. That's pretty much it. Let's try to save the file. Let's see what exactly happens if I press on any city. I'm going to choose Bengaluru, and boom, just like that, this is working properly fine. I think the placeholder for the next one is not proper. I think it should be select sublocation if I'm not wrong. I mean not sublocation, select pickup point. It is just showing select city. Let's check that out where we have the design. Just search for that. So draft dot your sublocation. Yeah, so here instead of select city it should be select your pickup point. Okay, let's try to save the file. As you can see, that is looking good, and just as this got enabled, this also is currently enabled. Okay, because this value is currently present. So now yeah, let's move on to the next part, that is the next model. It is going to be for the sub location model. So similarly how we designed it for your show city model, we're going to do that for your show sub location model. Okay, so initialize one more model. Let's pass on the options over here. I'm going to say visible, that is going to be equals to show sub model. And next I'm going to say animation type, that is going to be slide. Okay, and I'm going to pass on transparent, and I'm going to say on request close, taking a method, and I'm going to say set show model, yeah, set show sub model, that is going to be false. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. Now next, first of all, let's initialize some basic design and we can look into the model as well. Okay, so for this view, that's the outermost view, I'm going to say give it a flex of 1. It's going to be justify of end, and then a bg black by 60. Okay, so within this I'm going to have another piece of view, and then it's going to have basically a self and closing view just like how we had it above. So just try to add it over here. And for this one, it's going to have a specific BG. So I'm going to say BG of 1313 and then 1A, and then rounded top of 3XL, PT of 5, PB of 10, and then style is going to be equals to max height of 80%. Okay, so now first of all, let's go on to the top and then let's set the model, that is going to be set show sub model. Yep, so where we have your select pickup point, there we're going to give the on press to this. Okay, I think for this touchable opacity which says pickup point, correct? So we're going to give a on press saying that if at all your draft.city value is present, okay, let's say Bangalore, which in this case is true, and if at all the press on the set show model, set it to be of true. Okay, so now if I press on select pickup point, okay, nothing seems to happen. I think I've not saved the file. Now let's open it. There you go. Just like that, we're able to see that bottom model. Let's complete designing that part. Okay, so this part is done. So next I'm going to have a text which is going to say pickup point. That's going to come below this. Save the file. As you can see, that's looking good. So now next over here, I'm going to show the text, that is which city is selected. So to access that, I'm going to say draft.city dot your name and how many sublocations are present in that specific city. So I'm going to say a dot and then sublocations dot length of locations. Okay, so let's pass on the class name, text of 5A and then 7.2. okay, next I'm going to say text of base, font of medium, px of 6, mb of 4, and there you go. Just like that, since Bengaluru is selected, we have 25 locations under Bengaluru. It's being shown correctly fine. Okay, so next we can actually check out the design. It's going to look something like this. We're going to have a search locations search bar as well, where the user can search the location and they can choose that specific sub location. So below the text over here, I'm going to have a view, within that a text which is going to say search or a search icon. I'll be just pasting that later. Your text input imported from React Native. Your value is going to be equals to sub search. On change text is going to be equals to set sub search. This is the one. Okay, next I'm going to say your placeholder, that is going to be equals to search location, and placeholder text color, that is going to be equals to 5A and then 7.2. Next I'm going to pass on the class name, give it a flex of 1, text of white, and then text of your base. Okay, next I'm going to say autocorrect is going to be equals to false. So yeah, this part is done. So now let me give the style for the outermost design, that is going to be for your view and the text. So this is going to have basically some margin external spacing. So just try to add in all of these values. BG is going to be this color code, that is 0A, 0A and then 0F. It's going to have a border, and border of this color code, that is 5 times 2 and then a E. Rounded is going to be 2XL, px of 4, py of 3.5, flex of row, items of center. Save the file, and there you go. Just like that, we have written our search input. I'm just going to add in my text over here. So that's just a basic search icon. You can try to use it from your emoji keyboard, and this is the style for the search icon. Save the file. There you go. Just like that, it's looking pretty good. So now next, let's move on to the next step, that is to show all of your city details, I mean your sublocation details. So below your view, access a flat list imported from React Native. So over here, this is going to expect a data prop that is going to be filtered subs and key extractor. And here I'm going to have an item that is going to be item.id. Next, I'm going to say show vertical scroll indicator. That's going to be equals to false. Next, content container style. This in turn is going to take in a padding horizontal of 16, padding bottom of 20, and a gap of 8. Okay, so I think it's already imported, but I think it expects render item method, so that's the reason it's still underlining. So let's try to destructure the item over here, and then based on that we're gonna go and then show the design. So here I'm gonna show a touchable opacity so that it can be pressed on, having a view within this. Okay, and we're gonna have two pieces of text, as you can see, a sublocation name and then a more descriptive location detail for that specific sublocation name. So this is gonna have your item.name. Okay, and then below this we're gonna have a item.address as well. So item.address, save the file. There you go, just like that everything is being shown. So we just need to style it to look like this. Okay, so for your first text I'm going to pass on the class name. It's going to have basically a conditional styling. So I'm going to say font of bold and then text of base, then draft.sublocation.id, if it is equals to item.id, then it is going to be equals to this text. I'm going to say text of E8500A, else I'm going to say text of white. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. And now for the address I'm going to pass on the design. So class name, it's going to have a text of this specific color code 5A and then 72. It's going to be text of SM. Font is going to be of medium, empty of 0.5. Okay, next I'm also going to pass in number of lines. It's going to be maximum 1, do not exceed it. Save the file, and boom, just like that, as you can see, we have all of the locations in Bangalore, like BTM, Belandur, Hebal, HSR, Indiranagar. So these are mostly the hotspots of Bangalore. So I've just added all of those locations. So now for the view, I'm going to say class name, give it a flex of 1 and then a MR of, let's say, 3. Okay, save the file. So now for the reachable opacity, I'm gonna pass on the design. You can take a look at it. I'll be adding it just like this. It's gonna have a conditional design. So these are the common designs, and this is your conditional design. If at all your draft.sublocation.id is equals to the item.id, then having this BG color and then this border, else it's gonna go and then add this one up. You can take a look at it and then save the file. As you can see, just like that, it's looking pretty neat, and then the UI is super clean. So this is good. So next over here below the view, I'm going to have a tick mark icon if at all the condition is true for your draft.sublocation.id is equals to the item.id, that is if at all anything is chosen. Okay, so draft dot your sublocation dot id, if it is equals to item.id, and I'm going to pass on a view and then a text. Within this I'm going to get the icon. I'm going to add the design for the view. Class name, width of 7, height of 7, rounded is going to be full, BG is going to be this color code, that is E8500A, items of center, justify of center as well, Okay, and for this it's going to have a text of white, text of SM, and then a font of bold. Save. Okay, let's initialize the on press to this, that is to the touchable opacity. Here I'm going to say on press, take in a function, and here it's going to be handle select sub of your city. Let's go on to the top and then let's write the method that is handle select sub. All right, so come back over here. I'm going to say const handle select sub is going to be equals to a use callback hook. This in turn is going to take in your sub location. Okay, and just pass in an empty dependency array. It's not going to be dependent on anything. So set the sub location to be of that specific sub. Okay, and set the show model to be of false so that it closes off. And next I'm going to say set sub search to be of a empty string over here. Okay, save the file. Let's see what exactly happens. Okay, so this should be handle select sub of item. That's the reason it's erroring out, not city, because that's what we have taken it over here, correct? So save the file. So Bangalore is already selected. Let me select another location. Okay, so for some reason nothing is being shown. Let's try to reload once. Oh, okay, the token is expired for some reason, not sure why. Let's try to again log in with the same user email and then sign in. Select a city and then your pickup point. Yeah, it's coming fine. I'm going to just choose the first one and boom, just like that. As you can see, we have both of them chosen, and since both of them were chosen, this one got enabled. Okay, so this is working properly fine. So now next step is to make sure the user selects the date picker. So by default it's going to be starting from tomorrow, that's 28th of June, and then 10 a.m. and we're just going to say return is going to be 29th of June, that is 10 a.m. We're going to give them for 24 hours. They can extend it as well. Okay, so that's going to be the next step. So for that we're going to have your show start picker and then your show end picker. That's going to be the next piece of design. Or we can also start writing the backend, that is once that is done and they press on search available cars, we need to be showing all of the cars for that specific date shown by the user. We can go ahead and then write that as well, and then we can come back and finish writing these two UI related implementations, that is for the show date picker as well as your time picker as well. Okay, so we can come back to the service and then we can start writing the cars.service.ts file. So let's do that first. So come back to your backend over here. Where is the services? This is the one. I'm going to say new service, cars.service.ts, correct? So here, first of all, I'm going to have my interface defined, that is for the get cars input. So I'm going to say get cars input. Here I'm going to say sublocation ID, that is going to be of string, and then your start time for the booking of date, your end time, that is going to be of date as well, fuel type, that is going to be a fuel type. Okay, so fuel type should be coming from your Prisma client. Okay, let me just check what exactly is happening. Next is your transmission type. That is going to be of type transmission type. Next I'm going to have seats, that is going to be of type number. Okay, so I've just added it just like this. So let's do one thing. Let's first of all check if at all the Prisma client is present or not. Alright, let me just verify my previous package.json. Okay, this is the main one, not the backend folder. So this is going to be the backend one. So Prisma should be present. Let me just verify the version as well. Yeah, it is exactly the same version, but not sure why exactly it is, erroring out. Okay, my bad. I think I don't know what's the issue. I'm writing it in the front end folder. So yeah, that's the reason it's not coming. So come back over here. So this is the SRC front end. So we need to do it in the back end. Yeah, there you go. This is the one. So create a cars dot service dot ts. Now it should take the value. So yeah, this part is done. So next over here I'm going to say export const your cars service is going to be equals to, I'm going to say async get available cars. Input is going to be equals to get cars input. Okay, I'm going to get a bunch of values from your input. That's going to be your sublocation ID, your start time, your end time, your fuel type, okay, your transmission information, as well as the number of seats in the car is going to be equals to input. Okay, so now the next step over here is we need to find the cars that have no overlapping or confirmed or active bookings, correct? So I'm going to say const booked car IDs. So with the help of the ID, if you want to implement this, I'm going to say equals to await your Prisma imported from utils dot your booking. We have the find many option, use that. So where this should be matching the car and it should be matching your sublocation ID, that should be equal to the one the user has chosen as well. Okay, and if at all the status is confirmed, active or pending, we need to fetch that, correct? So status, if it is in this state, use the in operator, that is confirmed, active, or if it is in pending state, so use that one. Okay, next I'm going to say or. So booking starts during the requested window. So based on that, we're going to query the start time as well. So start time. So your greater than operator, that's going to be start time. Comma your LT, that's going to be equals to your end time. Okay. So here there is no bracket internally. We can try to remove that. Similarly, booking ends during the requested window. So go ahead and then add that one as well. So it's going to come right below this. Okay. So the next condition you're going to work on is booking completely wraps the requested window too. So here I'm going to say your start time, I'm going to say LTE, that's going to be equals to your start time, and then your end time, that is going to be equals to your end time. Let's try to format once. So this step is complete. So here next I'm going to say select your car ID, that is going to be equals to true. So this part is done. So over here I'm going to say const all of your booked IDs should be stored over here equals to your booked car IDs dot map for every value get in your IDs. Okay, so we first of all fetching all of the IDs, and while querying the available cars, we're going to not include all of these IDs. So all those car informations which are already booked is not going to be shown to the front end user, correct? So here next I'm going to say return your Prisma dot car dot again find many. Here we're going to filter it out. Okay, so where your sublocation ID should be equals to the sublocation ID, add in that status should be in available mode. The ID I'm going to say not in your booked IDs, because those cars are already in booked state, or they can be in any of these state as well, that is confirmed, active or pending. So we're going to add it just like that. And your fuel type and your fuel type. Okay, similarly it goes for your transmission as well. And your transmission detail, and with respect to the seats as well. Let's try to add it just like this. Okay, that's it. Here we're going to include all of these information as well. So make use of the include operator, add in your sub location. I'm going to say select, and then ID is going to be equals to true. Next, your name is going to be equals to true. Address is going to be equals to true. Your city, which in turn I'm going to use a select operator. ID is going to be again true. Name is also going to be true as well. Okay, next over here I'm going to say your order by. We're going to say price per day is going to be ascending. So this part is done. So now next we're going to write the functionality for getting the information of a specific car. All right, so that's going to happen right below this method. I'm going to say async get car by ID. Here we're going to have ID of string. Okay, next I'm going to say const car equals to await your prisma dot car dot find unique. Okay, so where it should match your ID basically, that is the car ID, and include all of these details as well, that is a sublocation and from which city it is. So city is going to be true. And over here I'm going to check the condition stating that if not of car detail present, throw a new error saying car is not found. Okay, next I'm going to say return car. So this step is done. So now next let's try to add a method for calculating the price based on the user's distance, that is the start time and then the end time. Okay, so let's go ahead and then write that. I'm going to say async calculate price. It's going to have your car ID of string and then the start time, that is going to be of date, and then the end time, that is going to be date as well. Okay, first of all let's try to get the car information. So you can pretty much copy it down from the previous method. It's going to be exact same thing with some minute changes within this one. I think the bracket is not ended. Yeah, you can add this and again check the condition, that is if at all no car info is present, then go ahead and then say throw new error car is not found. Next let's calculate the hours based on the start time and then the end time of the user's choice. So I'm going to say const hours equals to your end time dot, we do have the get time method, use that, minus your start time dot get time divided by 1000 and then 60, and then 60. That's how we do it. That's the formula. Let's calculate the days as well. So const days is going to be equals to your math.ceil of the hours divided by 24. Next, let base price is going to be of type number if your hours is less than or equals to 12. Base price equals to your car dot price per hour multiplied by hours. Okay, else let's initialize the base price. It's going to be equals to car dot price per day, because the hours is exceeding 12 hours, into your number of days. That's how we're gonna initialize the base price. So next is gonna be a kilometer limit total. That's gonna be added over here. You can take a look at it, and we're gonna return all of the values to the front end user. So I'm gonna say return hours is gonna be equals to math dot round of your hours multiplied by 10 and then divided by 10. Pass on the days as well. Next, your base price, that is going to be math dot round of your base price. Okay, so this should be a comma basically. Next, I'm going to say kilometer limits total. Next, extra kilometer charge, that is going to be car dot extra kilometer charge, and then price per hour, that is going to be car dot price per hour. Next, price per day, this is going to be equals to car dot price per day. Okay, let's try to save the file, and that's pretty much it. So these are the three things we're going to implement within your car service. If at all you have missed something, you can take a look at it. I'll be showing you from the start to end. Okay, so this step is complete. So now let's move on to the auth controller. So we're going to create a cars.controller.ts file, and then we're going to add all of the code over there. So controllers, I'm going to say cars dot your controller dot ts. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to initialize my availability schema. You can take a look at it. That's going to be looking just like this. So import your Z from Zod, your fuel type from Prisma client, and the transmission type as well from there. I'm also going to import all of the required things that I'm going to use within this specific file. You can take a look at it. Okay, so this step is done. So now let's try to export your cars controller. So I'm going to say export const cars controller, that is going to be equals to async get available cars. This in turn is going to take in the request of type request, response of type response, next of type next function. All of them already imported, as you can see. So here first of all, let's try to initialize the input. Okay, so input is going to be equals to your availability schema dot first of all parse your request dot query. Okay, let's initialize the start and the end time. So const start time is going to be equals to your new date of your input dot your start time. Next, const end time is going to be equals to your new date of your input dot your end time. So here I'm going to say if your end time is less than or equals to start time, then here I'm going to say send error of your result, and a message is going to be end time must be after your start time. Okay, let's add in the status code as well, 400, and then a return. Next, let's calculate your min hours. I'll be adding that with the formula. We've already done that previously. It's going to be the same exact formula, as you can see. end time dot gets time minus start time dot gets time divided by 1000 into 60 into 60. That's going to be the min hours. And check if at all your min hours is less than 1, then we cannot implement it. So I'm going to say send error of the result, comma, your minimum booking duration is 1 hour. Okay, and pass on the status code as well, 400, and then try to return over here. Okay, next I'm going to say const cars equals to await your cars service dot get available cars. This in turn is going to take in 3 things if you remember: your input, your start time, and then the end time. So I'm going to pass on my input over here. It's already defined. Okay, we need to spread it. Input, and then your start time, comma, your end time. Okay, once that's done, it's pretty much we're going to say send the success. Okay, and we're going to pass on the result and then your cars as well. That's it. Okay, so next is for get car by ID. So here I'm going to say async get car by ID of your request. That is going to be of type request. Response, that's going to be of type response. And next, that is going to be of type next function. Here I'm going to say try. And your catch block, that is going to be of error. So here I'm going to check if my error is an instance of your error. And so this is just a detailed error message. You can just try to show the error, even that is fine, but if you add this, you should be able to know where exactly is the error. Okay, equals to your car not found. Then here I'm going to say send error of your result, comma, car not found with a 404 message, and then try to return. Here I'm going to say next of error. So within the try block, I'm going to say const id equals to request.params with respect to the id as a string, const car equals to await cars service dot get car by id. That's the function. This in turn is going to take in the id. So that's it. Just say send success of your result, comma, your car is fetched, comma, your car. That's it. Next is the final function, that is going to be your calculate price. Let me go ahead and then add that one. Here I'm going to say async calculate price. That is going to have your request of type request, and then your response as well, comma, next. That is going to be next function. Let's try to have a try, and then catch of error. It's going to be next of error. Within the try block, I'm going to say const your car id, comma, your start time, comma, your end time is going to be equals to z.object car id is going to be equals to z.string dot your uuid next your start time, that is going to be equals to z.string dot your date time, and end time is going to be equals to your z.string dot your date time. I'm going to say dot parse of request dot query as well. Let's try to add in that just like this. Okay, so now the next step is let's initialize the pricing for this. So I'm going to say const pricing equals to await your cars service dot calculate price method. This in turn is going to take in your car ID, next your new date of your start time, and then your new date of your end time. Okay, once that's done, here I'm going to say send success of the result, and then price is calculated and pricing. Let's try to save the file. Next, I'm going to go into my routes and then create a cars.routes.ts file. Okay, under v1 new file cars.routes.ts. Here onto the top I'm going to import the required things. You can take a look at it. Next I'm going to say router.get. It's going to be just / and cars controller dot your get available cars. Next one, router.get, it's going to be / price endpoint, and here I'm going to say your cars controller dot your calculate price. Next, router.get / your unique ID, that is going to give your car information. So cars controller dot your get car by ID. Okay, let's try to save the file. This step is done. We can come back to the index.ts file and then write down for the cars, that is / cars. Onto the top I'm going to say import your cars routes from your cars.routes. Okay, so there is some issue over here. Okay, so I think I know what the issue is. It's not exported, so we need to export, I guess, within the service or within the cities. I mean, not over here. Your cars.routes.ts, we need to say export router. That is not yet done. That's the reason it's failing. So export default router. Come back to index. Yeah, now it's working fine. I'm going to say router dot use / cars. Okay, and let's try to add in the cars routes. That's it. Let's see if there is any issue in the backend. As you can see, no issue, it is still running. So now we are good to go. So this step is complete. So we can come back to the front end part, implement these two conditions, and we can try to implement your on press on this button. And once they press on that, we need to be showing all of the available cars for that specific date, whatever the user has chosen. Okay, so come back to your home.tsx, and I'm going to be adding the code for your date picker. Let's start writing the code for that. So right below your model code, here I'm going to say show end picker if it's true, and go ahead and then show this specific design. Okay, we're going to have a model again, pass on the options. Visible is going to be equals to show end picker. Animation type is going to be equals to slide. It's going to be transparent, and then on request close, what needs to happen, I'm going to say set your show end picker to be of false. Okay, so here I'm going to have a view. Within this view, I'm going to have one more view. Within that, we're going to have a self-enclosing view as always. So just try to add in that just like this. Next, we're going to have a text which is going to say return date and time. So return date and time. Let's pass on the class name for this. I'm going to say text of white, font of bold, text of Excel, px of 6, and then mb of 2. Let's try to save the file. and where we have the second part return design, we need to give the on press. So that is going to be done over here. Okay, it's already done. So we're saying correctly set show end picker to be of true. So this should be shown. So let's continue designing this. So for the view, I'm going to say class name, give it a flex of 1, justify of end, and then a bg black by 60. Next over here, I'm going to say class name. It's going to be bg of this color code 1313 and then 1a. Rounded is going to be rounded top of 3xl. pt is going to be of 5. pb is going to be of 10. Save the file. Let's press on return, and there you go. Just like that, we are able to see the design. Next is I'm going to use the date time picker over here. So here I'm going to say your date time picker. You can basically import it from the package which we installed. That is going to be your React Native community / dates time picker. So this in turn is going to have a bunch of options being given to this. Let me add all of those over here. So first of all, your values, that is going to be your end time, whatever it is. Mode is going to be your date time. Display, I'm going to say spinner. Next, I'm going to say your minimum date. That is going to be equals to new date and this particular value. On change, what needs to happen, I'm going to say underscore event. That is going to be any. Date is going to be of date. Alright, here I'm going to check if at all your date value is present, then set end time to be of the date. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay, just like this. Next, I'm going to pass on your text color basically. That is going to be 6 times F. I'm going to say theme variant. I'm going to choose it as dark. And I'm going to pass on the style as well. That is going to be your background color. That is 1313 and then 1a. Save. And boom, just like that, as you can see, we're able to see all of the dates. We can scroll and we can choose all of the dates as well. Okay, so this part is done. So now below this, we're going to have a view which is going to have a touchable opacity. Within that, a text which is going to say cancel. Again, one more touchable opacity. Within that, a text which is going to say confirm. Let's pass on the class name for this. I'm going to say class name, give it a flex of 1, py of 4, rounded of 2xl. We're going to have a border, and then border is going to be 5 2s and then e. Items is going to be of center. For this particular touchable opacity, flex of 1, so both of them take up equal space. Py of 4, rounded to xl, bg of this color code e85, and then 00a, and then items is going to be of center. So for the view, I'm going to say class name, flex of row, mx of 4, empty of 2, and style over here, I'm going to pass on a gap of 10. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. So now for the text which says cancel, I'm going to pass on the style. It is going to have a text of this color code, that is 9494 and then A8. Okay. Apart from that, I'm going to say font of semi-bold. Text is going to be of base. Here I'm going to say class name. Text is going to be of white. Font is going to be of bold. Text is going to be of base. Let's try to save the file, and there you go. Just like that, we're able to see all of the correct design being shown. So this is looking really good, and I'm just going to give the on press to both of them over here. So on press, set show end picker should be a false, and even over here as well. Okay, let's say I'm going to choose Tuesday, that is June 30, and boom, just like that, that got chosen, and even the time is also present. So similarly, we're going to do that for your show start picker. We're going to add it over here. So show start picker and so technically we can just copy down the same thing. It's going to be the exact same design, just with minute changes. So I'm just going to do that, and I'm going to add the code for this as well over here. Okay, there you go. This got added, and then save the file. Let's say if at all the on press is given to this, and boom, just like that, even this is chosen. Let's say I'm going to choose Monday, June 29th, and then I want it to be at 1 p.m. confirm. And there you go. Just like that, we are able to choose our own dates as well, but the default date is going to be tomorrow 10 a.m. to the day after tomorrow 10 a.m. for 24 hours, correct? So yeah, we have completed designing your entire home screen. We can be choosing different locations. So let's say I choose Mumbai, and for pickup point, all of the Mumbai locations are going to be chosen, like Andheri, Bandra, Borivali, Chembur, Kolaba. Okay, similarly for yours, let's say I choose this one, Goregaon, and even your Hyderabad as well. So automatically those options should be chosen as well. You can actually add a cancel button over here if at all user wants to cancel. They can cancel, or a X button over here, such that the model is going to be closed. I'm going to choose a default location over here. Okay, so just like that, this is working properly fine. Okay, this step is complete, and I'm going to end the part 1 at over here because my Mac is almost out of space. So in part 2, we're going to implement your next section, that is going to be the booking, your car details, that is going to look something like this, and the confirm booking, and your done status. Yeah, that's pretty much it. These are the required screens. So I guess we have 4 or 5 screens remaining, not much. So yeah, that's it about part 1. So we implemented your entire backend, your authentication part, your login register routes, your complete home screen design where the user is able to log in, register as well, and show and get their information shown on the top part. And here we have implemented a really nice design for your planning your ride, that is for the different cities we have, and they can choose their sublocation and even their dates as well. And once they press on search available cars, in the next video we're going to start off by designing your car screen that is going to look something like this. Okay, that's going to be the next step. So we have built until this, and it's going to be the end of part 1. And if you found this interesting and if you learned something, please hit the like button and do subscribe for more such content. So yes, let's see you in the next part, and then that's it about this video. Let's see you next video, and then thank you for watching.